Okay, we're ready. Thank you. All right, welcome everyone. Happy New Year. We're now into our regular City Council meeting, first of the year. It's Tuesday, January 12th, 2016. We're located here at the Veterans Memorial Hall. The meeting is starting at 6 p.m., and we're located at 209 Surf Street. For the record, all council members are present. Welcome, and we will call the meeting to order. And if you'll all please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. As we go into our Pledge of Allegiance, we're going to invite Bonnie Johnson up to lead us. And Bonnie Johnson is not only is she a city employee for the city of Morro Bay, but she is the organizer of the Morro Bay Bike Park, which we will be seeing a slide of here under council announcements. And Bonnie, thanks for that. And if you'll lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Bonnie. We have closed session report. We have no reportable actions at this time. Yep. And we'll move on to mayor, council members' reports and announcements. And if we can start off with the first one being the bike park video, if we can share that with everybody.
Just as Sam's getting this up, Bonnie had to sneak out to a fundraiser for the Morro Bay Bike Park.
Local bike enthusiasts now have a place to practice their favorite sport. Photojournalist Nate Asher gives us a look at the newly opened Morro Bay Bike Park. The main drive for doing it is that the kids need something to do.
But I'm going to spend for sure a lot of time out here.
I went to council meeting in March 3 years ago, and from then just kept moving.
It all kind of started with seeing like piles of dirt packing out.
We started construction October 30th.
And then after a while you start seeing jumps get built up and you're like, oh, well, there's actually a bike track coming in. And it got really exciting.
And now, done, ready to go.
It's mostly like all smooth and stuff. There's some big jumps and some small jumps.
And not many places you can really go out and ride.
This is awesome.
It's a great addition to the city.
It's fun to have this.
I think that they did a really good job putting this all together. It looks a lot better than everybody expected.
I've been sitting here for the last week just watching all these glowing faces, and it's made the last 3 years worth all of the work.
It's pretty awesome that everybody can just ride here.
It's got something for everybody. You can start out the little track and then work your way up.
And you have like the pro line with like professionals and then the intermediate line.
Hopefully we don't embarrass our kids too much.
Yeah.
I think the people that have never been out here are missing out.
I'm tired, but it's a good exercise. I love it. The park is open from sunrise to sunset and is looking for volunteers to help with maintenance. Well, for all the...
Radio. Great video, and congratulations to Bonnie Johnson and all the volunteers that worked so hard on that, including city involvement and with that. So, Happy New Year, everyone. As we move on to announcements from councils, just wanted to put a shout out for our city crews and thank all our crews that were working so hard on our last storm. There's a lot of work going on, a lot of activity, and I know they were working really hard on that. And also wanted to acknowledge the Morro Bay Chamber of Commerce installation dinner and award ceremony. There were some announcements. Citizen of the Year we had co-Citizens of the Year, and that would be Susan Stewart, congratulations, and Sharon O'Leary. And then for the first time, we had a Student Citizen of the Year, Jasmine Perez, and there was a special thank you to our city attorney, Mr. Pannoni, for assisting in their attendance for that and their parents' attendance. And then the living treasure, our very own Nancy Castle, who's probably somewhat behind the door operating some of the video equipment, but just wanted to give a shout out and congratulations to those folks, duly deserved. And with that, that'll conclude my announcements, and I'll just look to my left if Councilmember Johnson would want to continue any announcements.
Sure, great, thank you, and Happy New Year, Happy 2016 to everyone. I wanted to just give you a quick little update for my council member colleagues and also the community. The boards that I attend, the EVC, Economic Vitality Corporation, had a holiday reception in December. So while there was no real business happening, we did get a chance to schmooze and chit-chat, and we did it's a good time to meet people that you haven't yet met, and we met some new people coming into the area looking to invest in different commercial properties, so it's always good to remind them that Morro Bay is here and we have unique commercial properties. So I attended that, and then coming up on January 20th, Homeless Services Oversight Council will, you perhaps, if you've been watching the stories in the Tribune, there have been a lot of discussions about warming stations this winter for folks who don't have four walls. So while Morro Bay does not have a warming center here, there are some that are available in the county, and there's just some discussion about supporting those and how those will be open and who will be open when, and that discussion has been really happening in the public, and it will also be happening at the Homeless Services Oversight Council January 20, 1 o'clock at the SLO Vets Hall. So just knowing that there is a countywide discussion about all things having to do with homeless folks, and I would say at this point, special thanks to our own city staff and our countywide partners in social services for doing the best they could with a difficult situation, and our creek cleanup this past December. Or was it November? Oh my goodness, December. It seemed recent. Sorry, been already in 2016. So that was made somewhat more effective because the city staff had been working very closely with social service agencies that were able to offer some assistance to folks who had decided to make their homes temporarily or longer in the creek. And many of those networking opportunities come from attending meetings like Homeless Services Oversight Council and also through our Estero Bay Alliance for Care. So there's a lot going on in the community about helping folks get what they need, especially through this winter season that has been, it's terrific to see rain, but it also does, hit folks obviously pretty hard who are living outside. Just giving that update to council and the rest of the community. Also, I would like to say thank you to all the sponsors who stepped up this year to sponsor the Estero Bay youth basketball team. I was happy to hear that all but 2 of the teams have community sponsors. So some are individuals and community groups, like Senior Center has one, and many of our local businesses do. And my son's T-shirt, his is a very long business name, so it goes shoulder to shoulder. But he's already been wearing it sort of nonstop since he received it last week. So that's great marketing for your businesses, and for a $90 investment. Thanks for doing that for the youth, and thanks to our rec department for really highlighting that this year. And we've had a great success with just mentioning it a few times. Last thing is, speaking of homes and folks looking for home, there's a unique opportunity for this community of Morro Bay to come and hear about home sharing programs. So there are successful home sharing programs, and sometimes it's like having a roommate, sometimes it's a little bit different. We're going to have some experts who are running home sharing programs in other parts of California. Some of them are not too far from here, and that event is being sponsored on Saturday, January 30. So Saturday, January 30, from noon to 2 in the Morro Bay Community Center. Thanks to Senior Citizens Incorporated for making lunch. There will be lunch available for all at no cost. And thanks to a lot of our volunteer network at Estero Bay Alliance for Care. And also to Ann Wyatt, who is an advocate for home sharing in our SLO County. So come and hear about what it might be, learn a little bit. There are a couple of videos that do a really nice job explaining to you what a home share situation could be, where you match people who one needs a space and one other has too much space, and how we can partner to do something about our challenge with affordable housing in the county. So it's a really very interesting program, but certainly well proven in other communities. So with those long announcements, thanks for your patience. That would be all.
Thank you. Matt?
Yes, I do have a couple announcemements, and I have two from the Harbor Advisory Board. Number one is a Harbor Advisory Board together with the Harbor Department. They've been working on the mini master plan for the Triangle Park on the Triangle parking lot on the Embarcadero, working with the Maritime Museum and or a possible parking lot. And so with this plan being complete, they would really like to see pushing it towards our direction, City Council, and then working with staff and seeing if we can get some sort of a boatyard / Triangle parking lot plan moving forward. Two, coming also from the Harbor Advisory Board Ad Hoc Committee for the Marine Sanctuary. There is interest from the Harbor Advisory Board to have some more speakers come. Last week we had some folks come from National Marine folks come and speak about having a marine sanctuary here locally. The Harbor Advisory Board also would like to have some speakers coming and presenting perhaps other vantage points to this issue. So that was a unanimous decision. Third, I would like to send out a thanks to Chief Christie. I went on a ride-along last week with Sergeant Tony Mosqueda. Went for 3 or 4 hours, and it was wonderful. It was just this great ride going around town and watching how our police force deals with members of the public. And it was across various categories, sectors. It was very illuminating, and so I wanted to say thank you to the chief and Tony Mosqueda for doing that. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. John?
Well, good evening and Happy New Year to you all as well. Not to replicate or duplicate what's already been said, but thanks to the Chamber again for a wonderful evening last week, and to all of those that were recognized as committing to our community and providing great service. We thank you for that. Secondarily, the turnout for NOAA, N-O-A-A, the presentation was tremendous. And so I just want to thank the community for being interested enough to come out and ask some very, very good pointed questions. And it was a very positive evening in terms of, I think, gleaning information. And I also have received a number of requests for repeat performances in somewhat of a different format from them. And so, again, thank you all for coming out and supporting that. Third, there's a trend that I'm finding, and it's been more than 5 people, which I guess is a trend, that have actually come to me and said, do you know what STOP means? And I said, yeah, like stop. And they said, well, what's that?
Mike doesn't.
Is your mic?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Maybe the volume could be turned up. I could talk louder. So STOP, we all know what it means, but many of those that drive in this community are rolling through our stop signs. And there appears to be a growing concern about the possibility and the danger involved in what we call the California stop, and that is the roll through. And I've witnessed it myself on a number of occasions. So I would just encourage you, out of safety's sake, we have a lot of stop signs, but they're there for a reason. They're there for traffic calming and safety, and we certainly don't want something major to happen in terms of an injury. So join me in fully stopping your vehicle or bicycle when you come to that sign that says stop. We would appreciate that at the appropriate places. And then last, I wanted to just reach out, if you all didn't do it earlier, and just offer Mr. Pannoni my condolences, and to him and his family for the loss of his mother and father, and wish you peace and great remembrances of the relationship that you had with your parents. And so just know that you're in our thoughts and prayers, and we're glad that you're here tonight. So thank you.
Noah.
Thank you, John. Well said. And I just do want to follow up on the comments about the Morrow Creek cleanup. We just finished our first session for the goal setting for coming up for this next year. And so often we try so hard to plan ahead and to be prepared and be able to orchestrate really clean operations of the city. And I think we do that, but it's a dynamic thing. And there are unforeseen and emerging challenges that will come up. And I think the Morrow Creek situation paired with the potential El Nino flows created a situation that needed to be responded to. And we were called on by citizens and other community groups to take a look at that. And I just really want to make sure all of our departments and staff, along with the community social service organizations and the Resource Connection Office, know that the community really appreciates that work that you did on those 2 rainy days and then the month beforehand, where you were working with people that were living out there that needed some assistance, perhaps identifying alternative options and doing it with compassion, but also taking care of the public health issues that existed. And hopefully we will get the rain and the creek will flow as projected, and all that work will actually save major pollution event in our waterways. So I do want to thank you for that, and I hope that you find a way to reach out to all the city staff that were involved and provide an additional thanks and recognition for it as we go forward. I think that would be important. And we have talked about trying to build in a plan to have it be more of a continually analyzed and updated process, so we don't fall behind. And I think we are engaging better with our social service organizations to help avoid creating large encampments in that area and provide alternatives. The other item that I think is important to be said too is with the NOAA Marine Sanctuary presentation. I believe that will be updated to the city websites, the city YouTube page. AGP was there, and they, with Slow Span, will probably be doing replays. But I just want to confirm that the NOAA Marine Sanctuary presentation will eventually end up on the city's YouTube station as well for replay, because I agree that was an excellent presentation, and obviously more debate and discussion coming up. And then lastly, I just want to turn it over to Mr. Endersby, who's working on a really, I think, innovative and important effort to help us all understand that our wildlife in this region is amazing and exciting and adorable in many cases, particularly the otters. But we have to all understand how to engage and experience the wildlife without being harmful to them or negatively affecting their activities. So, Mr. Endersby, you've responded to some calls from the community with what I think is a really excellent program, and I'd like to just give you a moment to review that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Smuckler. So, in response to some concerns the community's had over the last year or so with interactions with otters and other reasons, we try to get all of our kayak rental agencies and our tour boat, local tour boat operators and party boat operators together every couple of years for some safety and seminars, stuff on boating safety and other issues of the day. And the otters and marine mammal awareness is one of the issues of the day that we're getting together tomorrow on January 13th at the Yacht Club, inviting those folks in to come and meet with us and folks from Fish and Wildlife and state parks to help us implement and design and create some otter awareness campaigns and some otter awareness type activities here in Morro Bay to bring over to the greater community, not just to the tour boat operators and to the rental folks, but to the the general public as well that are out there using the bay as well. So we'll be developing that over the coming months. So tomorrow's meeting is for these folks to come in, generally, like say the operator folks and the rental folks to come in and learn about what the latest and greatest is in terms of marine mammals and weather awareness, water safety with the El Nino on us. We've had a number of rescues in the harbor entrance with the storm surges and whatnot. So we want to get the word out to all those folks that there's lots of stuff to be aware of, and we're here to help.
Great, thanks. And with that, final announcements on the creek cleanup from Mr. Buckingham.
Sure, thanks. Before I do that, just a couple of comments. So the great comment on the ride-along, Mr. Makwetsky, and just for the public, the ride-alongs are available for any members of the public anytime. We're proud of our police department and how they do community policing and enforce the law. They're compassionate, they're expert, and so anytime a community member wants to ride along with our PD, just contact Chief Christie and we'll set that up. Also, the roll-through stop signs, I have to admit, I'll have to talk to my wife about that. Seriously, we'll. That's the sort of thing that will ensure is included in Chief Christie's Good Neighbor campaign that we just talked about adding to our goals and objectives for this year. So thanks. The mayor asked me just to give a quick update on the creek cleanup. So as some know, there were some concerns, primarily environmental, public health concerns in Morrow Creek. The city, it was a significant effort to do a compassionate, comprehensive cleanup of the creek. Again, the focus was public health, was on caring for property that we found and taking care of people. There was a significant planning phase. That planning phase then moved into a notice phase in which our police officers spent over 30 days, went through the creek, notifying folks maybe there that we were going to do a cleanup. Again, not focused on the people, but focused on a significant amount of refuse that had accumulated in the creek. Then we got to the actual cleanup phase. We were very concerned about taking care of personal property. Actually, Chief Amy and I went through, and we were the first folks into any area and marked anything that could be personal property. That property was separated, was bagged and tagged, and is still in the police department's care for safekeeping. We'll retain that for 90 days. So if there is anybody that lost personal property in Morrow Creek, then please see the PD, and we have that. We've collected that. And then came the actual cleanup, and probably the best way to note that is the result. So 30 hypodermic needles and 200 cubic yards of trash was removed from about a 400 foot, yard section of Morrow Creek. A significant amount of trash that and other concerning objects, some of it hazardous, that will now not wash out across the beach and into the ocean should or when the creek floods. I'll just take a moment since you asked, Mr. Smuckler, and note that the police department, Chief Christie, Commander Millard, especially Sergeant Rick Catlett, did a tremendous job with the planning and in execution. And then our maintenance team pulled most of the weight in coordinating the effort from Rob's Public Works Department, but Mike Wilcox and Matt Bishop especially did amazing planning. And then guys were not out working on the water systems or the sewer systems that day. They were in the creek picking up garbage, along with California Conservation Corps. I'll say that the Harbor Department could have not raised their hand at any meetings and not done anything, and I probably wouldn't have thought, well, the creek is associated with the harbor, but Mr. Endersby led, 5 or 6 different Harbor Department folks to participate hands-on in the cleanup of trash. And then finally, the Fire Department did some of our overall planning and had folks on site to deal with hazardous waste, to provide medical care. Over 1/3 of the city's workforce, of the city's employees, were in the creek that day. Or for those 2 days, actually. So it was a significant effort. It was rainy and beautiful, and then there were 24 California Conservation Corps folks who did an amazing job working for the city in that circumstance. Other folks contributed. It was a major effort for the city. So thanks for giving me the opportunity. One, to update the community on what we've done, primarily to protect public health and the environment, but also to highlight some great work that was done by your city.
Great, Mr. Buckingham. Thanks for that. Thanks for the work from the city and the staff, and the education for everybody on really what's out there and what was going on. A great amount of work, so it's very informative. Thanks. Any other comments from council? Seeing none, thanks very much. We'll move on to We don't have any public presentations tonight, but we do have a proclamation for Pacific Wildlife. The Morro Bay Winter Bird Festival, and I just wanted to go ahead and pull that off the consent and then read the proclamation and present that for the folks. So with council's consent, we'd go ahead and pull item A8, and I would just make a motion to approve item A8, and then I'd need a second and a vote to approve, and then I'd go ahead and read the proclamation. So we have a second. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Motion carries. Thanks very much, Council. And I'll just go ahead and read the proclamation from there and then invite Mr. Cameron and Jean Fenslow up to the mic, and you can say a few words. But let me begin with the proclamation. This is a proclamation of the City Council of the City of Morro Bay declaring January 2016 as Morro Bay Winter Bird Festival Month. Whereas the Morro Bay Winter Bird Festival was created in 1996 as a cooperative effort of the Morro Coast Audubon Society, Central Coast Natural History Association, California State Parks, Morro Bay Chamber of Commerce, City of Morro Bay, and Friends of the Estuary. And whereas the mission statement says the Winter Bird Festival is a yearly ecotourism event whose purposes are 1, to promote and understand and appreciate of birds and other wildlife and an awareness of environmental and conservation issues of the Central Coast, and 2, to contribute to the well-being of Morro Bay and our sponsors and assisting community organizations. And whereas Morro Bay is a globally important bird area located on Pacific Flyway and always ranks in the top 10 for the Audubon Christmas bird count, with over 200 bird species usually sighted during the festival weekend. And whereas the Winter Bird Festival is a nonprofit organization run primarily by local birders and volunteers. And whereas the first Winter Bird Festival was held in January 1997 with 24 events and 230 participants. And the 2016 festival offers 136 events to more than 500 participants from all areas of the United States. And whereas the January 2016 Winter Bird Festival marks the 20th anniversary of this event. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Morro Bay does hereby proclaim January 2016 as Morro Bay Winter Bird Festival Month and urges the citizens of Morro Bay to enjoy the many programs this event offers in our community. Thanks very much and congratulations. If you'd please come up and say a few words.
Thank you, Mary Arns, and the council members. We appreciate it. Hand that to Jean. And thank you. Thank you. We would like to thank you for that recognition and the proclamation. It will be also read to the 560 or 600 people who will be attending this weekend. Over 135 events. Most of them focus on birding, but this year we have several that are focused on other natural history subjects like otters and the oysters and fishing and climate change and things like that. And we're really proud of all the volunteers and the people who are putting this on. Thank you to the Morro Bay Tourism Board and their grant that is helping us reach out to children and teens to increase the attendance in the younger ages so we can continue to grow the Bird Festival. Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Look forward to seeing you this weekend. Great. That'll move us on to the next part of the agenda. I just wanted to, we have several things on the agenda, and I just want to make sure before we move on to public comment, we have a couple items later on in the agenda, specifically C6, which is the marijuana dispensary ordinance that will be read. But if there are any folks that are interested in items later in the evening and would like to make public comment earlier, please come forward now. We'll go through a public comment for any item that's not on the agenda. Then we'll open up a hearing for an appeal, and then we'll go through our course of business and any items on those, any of the business items that are occurring later on in the night. If you can't stay later on in the night and you want to speak to those earlier, please do so during public comment. And with that, prior to going into our public comment, we do have a business spot speaker that'll open that up, and I'd like to invite Richie Wimmer up, and he'll introduce us and let us know about his business here in Morro Bay. And welcome, Richie.
Oh, thank you very much. I'm Richie Wimmer. I'm representing Jim's Automotive up on 899 Piney Way, so that's on the corner of Harbor across from the fire station. And we've been there since 1964, so we've been there a long time. I was just notified the other day that we're Chamber of Commerce members for 28 years. I didn't even realize it'd been that long. I'm only 32, but I mean, just I was young, I guess. Basically, I started in automotive 15 years ago because I love cars and I love just customer service. I got the ability to meet some great people in the automotive just field, and it really just kind of turned just my whole life around. So I had no idea I was going to get emotional on this. We've got 7 employees that are just awesome. James, he's a master technician. He's been there for me for several years. He actually just lost his house in a home fire in Los Osos. I think that's probably why I'm a little sad. If there's anything in the community that anybody can do to help him, I know it would be greatly appreciated. We're taking donations at Jim's Automotive, 8 to 5, Monday through Friday. So he has a 1-year-old baby, and he really needs a lot of help. So whatever we can do. On a more positive note.
You're doing great, Richie.
Yeah, sorry.
You're doing great.
That happened this weekend, so it's my complete idea here was changed. So we have a couple other people working for us. Claire and Ray, they're both at the front desk. They are the people you talk to when you call. They are so knowledgeable and they know so much about cars, and everybody just really cares about the community and the people that we work for. We have some principles that are just, I think, far beyond what any automotive business has. One of them is we're focused on service, not sales. So what that means is none of us are on commission. We all work for what the cars need, and we really look at them like they're just part of us. I think it's very special. We have a new software that we just came out with. It's called Clear Mechanic. It's a way that we can actually track what goes on with the cars and be efficient with how we manage our workload. And what that means is when a vehicle comes to our shop and we do an inspection on it, we can actually send that visual confirmation to the customer via pictures, via video, emails, and it helps us to kind of explain what we're trying to tell the customer about their car. So if you come in for an oil change and you need brakes, not only we can tell you, hey, you need brakes, but here's a picture and explain why you need brakes. So we're the only shop. I've been talking to a lot of our suppliers and other business partners, and we're the only shop in the county implementing software at this degree. There's only a handful of just bigger dealerships in the United States doing this type of thing, so we're really front-running the whole technological field in our industry. So I just wanted to say thanks again to just the community and to all of our just customers. We have customers as far as Alaska. We have people that visit us from Florida that want their car serviced by us. We have people that come from Santa Maria just for a day trip. So I know we're just a little auto shop up on Harbor, but we get a lot of people to come to town to enjoy the day. So anyways, thanks.
Richie, thanks very much. All right, that's a hard one to follow, Richie. So thanks for getting us started on that. Certainly appreciate that. At this point, we'll open it up for public comment. So this is a time for any item, any issue that you want to speak to that's not on the agenda, please come forward. And as I said earlier, if there's an item later on the agenda that you can't stay for and you want to speak to that now, please come forward.
Good evening, Linda Merrill. I think Mr. Buckingham trying to say that there's the bike park fundraiser is happening right now at the Pizza Port, and of course they're donating their profits tonight to the bike park. So if you haven't had dinner and you can get to the Pizza Port, please get down there. Also, they have you can buy raffle tickets and they have wonderful prizes. So, and also I just wanted to mention this. I just heard on the radio that there's going to be some kind of bounty on mattresses to try to state of California to try to stop mattresses ending up in the creeks and places like that. So that might be interesting to look into. And thank you all so much for your recognition of the wildlife in Morro Bay. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda.
Good evening, council and staff. My name is Susan Stewart. I'm a resident and business owner in Morro Bay. I wanted to thank you for holding the meeting last Wednesday night with NOAA presenting information about marine sanctuaries. I'm hoping that, and I'm really pleased to hear that Harbor Advisory Board has recommended bringing more information to the public from different sources. I feel like we do need some more information about actual economic impacts and in what sectors existing sanctuaries have experienced. I imagine it's hard to provide direct correlations when it comes to the imprecise science of fisheries and tourism and the general economic health of our communities, but perhaps we can get some kind of comprehensive data. I'm not convinced that a sanctuary off the Morro Bay coast would actually change our visitor statistics one way or the other. We already have a beautiful and unique natural environment, nor would I want to continue to put all our eggs in the tourism basket. Morro Bay is in the process of updating our general plan and hopefully developing a working and active economic development plan. I feel that it is crucial that we not choose avenues of close avenues of compatible economic development available to us through our coastal location. Our fishing and marine agriculture industries provide head of household jobs, and we want to ensure that we can continue to support and possibly enhance those businesses. Additionally, we have the opportunity to be on the forefront of clean and innovative energy development, which does not involve fossil fuels or nuclear power. These new kinds of power sources could be a boon to the Morro Bay economy and again provide head of household jobs. While we heard some concerns about economic losses in marine sanctuaries, we did not hear much about gains. I did hear a lot about volunteer opportunities, student research projects, and perhaps a single job at a visitor center, which might or might not be here and was not well paid, according to the NOAA representatives. Please understand that I'm a huge believer in protecting natural resources, but I am also fearful of loss of local control and not confident that the development of a local council would address all of the concerns which will arise. Finally, it is hard for me to address something which may seem rather innocuous to outsiders, but the proposed name of the sanctuary is a concern to me as someone who has worked in cultural resource management. All of our California Native tribes experience the devastation of cultural and physical genocide. A few have been recognized at the federal level, many continue as local family groups, and some are applying for sovereignty. Our schools used to teach of a single person or single people who were in our area, ignoring the history of other local tribes, until those other local tribes came into the classrooms and talked about their culture. Current professional thought and the Native American Heritage Commission in Sacramento recognize our land on the Central Coast as a space shared by multiple tribes: Chumash, Salinan, Playano Salinan, and more. A name seems like a simple thing, but it defines reality for generations to come. If we end up with a sanctuary, I hope we find something more inclusive. And on a completely different subject, I want to say can I mention something real quick about the homeless? If you call the Resource Center, if you have concerns about somebody you see on the street, if you call the Resource Center, which was Sharon O'Leary, or the fire department, they actually get funding for their program. So if we go straight to the police, my understanding is the funding doesn't come to their program to help the folks that they help. So just a recommendation, get that resource center number and the fire department number.
Thank you,
and they
Susan.
will help.
Thank you. Going to try to keep things to 3 minutes here so we can keep things moving, folks. Thank you. Please.
Hello, Mayor, council members, staff, and public. My name is Scott Kimura with Tenera Environmental, and thank you for allowing me this opportunity to speak. I want to speak towards item C1 of the agenda on the Central Coast Aquarium taking over operations of the Morro Bay Aquarium, but I'm unable to spend the night for the rest of this evening's meetings. But I want to say that I am strongly in favor of the Central Coast Aquarium taking over the Morro Bay Aquarium on the Embarcadero. I've had many past and recent discussions with the manager at the aquarium, the board of directors, Cal Poly, Dr. Dean Wendt, who is here, the National Estuary Program, and mainly on the use of that facility having the flexibility for providing lab space in terms of wet lab space and dry lab space for conducting research for Morro Bay, and particularly for eelgrass. And we know that eelgrass is in peril in Morro Bay, and we need some more research done on what is causing those for it to have decline in abundance, and what makes it happy, so we can better manage it in the future. And with that said, part of my work is helping a lot of the business owners along the Morro Bay Embarcadero with their waterfront development projects and dealing with getting those projects permitted with regards to eelgrass. And I foresee in the near future that some of these projects may have to offset some of these impacts by restoration, by transplant projects, or offsetting those impacts by some other means. The solution to that is going to be really complicated from a regulatory standpoint. There's a lot of different policies in place. It's going to be difficult in terms of economics and even in terms of feasibility. So it's going to be a really complicated process, and I see the Central Coast, and the solution is going to be very complicated, but I see the Central Coast Aquarium being a part of that solution in providing, with the possibility of providing and facilitating lab space for students at Cal Poly for completing graduate work, master's work, publications on research in eelgrass. And so I see the aquarium now becoming and having the opportunity to providing great benefits to the local community in terms of providing a high level of education outreach, which is going to promote tourism and increase the attraction to the Embarcadero, but it's also going to be a great benefit to science in promoting research and helping to sustain the health of Morro Bay. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else for public comment?
Good evening, Bill Martini, Morro Bay. And I just wanted to talk about the siting of the wastewater treatment plant. The reason I'm bringing this up is at the last Harbor Advisory meeting, Eric mentioned that the McIlvain property or the Rancho Colima property has fallen through. It's off the table, and that right now you're negotiating with the Rigetti. And if that's the case, which I believe it probably is, again, I wanted to mention that there's several other sites that probably are as good, if not better, than the Rigetti, if that's indeed what's in the works right now. The Tri-W site, which is inside the city limits, it's approximately 150 acres, it's not outside the city limits, was never studied in the initial 17 locations. What was called the Tri-W property that was on the map was actually the seashell community. So they mislocated where the actual Tri-W property was. That's an excellent location. The other thing I wanted to mention is Cayucas in 2 days is having a meeting. They have chosen their 5 or 6 favorite sites for their location. 2 of them are the Toro Creek properties, which before you never studied those or didn't consider them, you studied them. but now they're on the market, and these are two of the favorite sites for cayugas, which is also an excellent location. So in 2 days' time, you might attend their meeting. They're having a town hall meeting to discuss their different sites and present their sites to the local community. But again, getting back to site location, the Rigetti isn't a bad site. It's extremely limited, but I believe there may be better sites, and not just to box yourself in on one site if that's where you're negotiating right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else for public comment?
My name's Betty Winholtz, and I cannot spend this evening here either due to work, so I'd like to speak to item B1, which is your appeal on the Main Street property. And while it has a Main Street address, it faces mostly onto the Tidelands Park. And I hope that you've done your due diligence by watching the Planning Commission hearings. There were 2 of them, and if you have, then you understand the issues and why they twice denied this project to go through as is. Now, the project's done a little bit of renovation in the last few weeks, mostly of which is it's gone from just under 3,400 square feet to being reduced by 45 square feet. That, to me, does not reduce bulk. It does not reduce size. It does not reduce scale. So I'm hoping that you will uphold our local coastal plan. I hope you'll uphold our neighborhood compatibility guidelines and our view shed from the Embarcadero as well as our neighborhood, and uphold the Planning Commission's decision on that item. I also want to speak quickly to the aquarium issue. I think the word aquarium should not be in this lease site at all. I think the idea of capturing anything that's alive is what many people came and protested to the city council about a year ago, and the offer is that, well, we won't have captured mammals in the building. But to me, any other kind of sea life probably shouldn't be there either. I think it's a great idea to have the study area, to involve Cal Poly, to do all the research, to work with all those people that are involved with protecting the bay. But I truly hope you will not include a component where there are captured animals in captivity for other people to make money off of. And the last thing that I want to say is, just to kind of spice things up for this year, I'm making an early announcement that I'm going to be running for mayor in 6 months. And I'm doing that barring any unforeseen circumstances. I'll be running for office for the fall. And I feel like it's a good time to get other people stimulated and thinking about running for office, whether it's for mayor as well. I don't necessarily have to be the best candidate, but if other people want to run, that's great. If they want to run for city council, but I think it's a time to start thinking about that. I think I have some feelings about where this council is going in terms of their values and whether or not that matches my community values. And so I'd like to be able to have that great discussion over the next 6 to 7 months. Thanks.
Thank you, Betty.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I feel compelled to say something. It's important for the council to recognize that the meetings that you hold are meetings for city business. And if you permit individuals to make what could be considered political comments, that you could open the door and have to allow everyone to come in and make whatever political comments they want to make. So my suggestion would be is if in the future there are anyone who provides you comment on running for an election or about an election, that you suggest that they not do that and gavel them if they continue to do that.
Thank you for that advice. Appreciate it. And with that, we'll continue on with public comment, and we'll continue from there. Anybody else for public comment? Hang on. I just want to make sure we haven't concluded public comment yet. Is everybody? I'm sorry? Oh, Nancy is up for public comment. Okay, good. Thank you.
Nancy Castle, bringing a little bit of levity to the meeting. I was so honored Friday night. I do have my crown. I couldn't quite make it stay on spontaneously this evening. This is what I said. Girls just want to have fun, and I hope to help as being living treasure, anointed by the chamber, and there's lots of whereases here in this blue folder from the city. I'm very honored. I'd also like to comment about the other people who won. This is Jason and Lori Shear. They and their 4 children run the Grill Hut up there at the end of Quintana. Go check it out. Here's our lovely Susan Stewart and Sharon O'Leary, Citizens of the Year. I would like to state the community resource phone number that Susan just mentioned as being one to call to let people know about issues going on in town. That number is 225-1991. I'd also like to share a picture here. Cacho and Jasmine Perez, who was our first student citizen of the year, and we're very grateful to you, Joe, for the contribution you made to her evening. That was great. And Cacho had a good time. Here's Cacho and I meeting at the dais and having a good time. And actually, I'm carrying water. I want to assure you all I'm carrying water. This is what I want to do in the next, over the next year. These are my initiatives, the first few initiatives. I want to collect up all the pens and pencils. All of you folks who have those stashes of pens and pencils, take them down to Grandma's Yogurt. I want to make a model of the Log Cabin Motel. I have a picture that Jeff Odell painted just as it was leaving town in 1985. Not a great picture. If anybody has pictures, I need pictures of the Log Cabin Motel. Anyway, pencils and pens, markers, anything you're not using, anything that's good, we'll see it gets sent to the elementary school, Prado Day Center, the jail, wherever pens and pencils may be needed, and the rest of them will be used for making a model of the log cabin. The other initiative I want to speak about right now, so people can be making their poodle skirts, that goes for the men as well, if you'd like. Car show. I'd like to do an environmental flash mob in Morro Bay, where everybody in town is dressed up 50s, early 60s style. And even those people who go, oh, I hate the car show, should dress up. It'll be fun, right? And that's what we're all about. So thank you again, all of you, and have a good meeting.
Thanks, Nancy. Congratulations. Anybody else for public comment? I bet you nobody wanted to go after that. Okay. All right. With that, I'll close public comment and bring it back to council. And Dave?
Sure. I just want to clarify. There was a statement made that that the city had made a decision not to locate the water reclamation facility at the McIlvaine property. That is not correct at all. We continue to work with the McIlvaine with Mr. McIlvaine, the property owner, to hopefully reach an agreement for that property. At the same time, we're doing due diligence, as we should be, for other properties, because we're not sure that the McIlvaine property will necessarily meet all the environmental requirements. So it is. Just want to clarify the record. It's not a correct statement to say that we are have withdrawn the McIlvaine property or anything like that.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other council remarks or comments? Seeing none? Oh, Christine?
Yes, I do want to follow up on the city attorney, Mr. Pannoni's comment. I think that I recall there was a time when someone came about a year ago during the last election and began to do what traditionally has been done in Morro Bay at the podium at public meetings like the city council meeting. So what I would just like us to, and we can talk about it later if it's more appropriate to do it as a future agenda item, but I'd like to get that information out to the public, post it on our website to explain the change in the things that we're discussing at meetings and things that we're here, people have done traditionally. This is a policy change, and I would like to inform people why the city is making a change in policy, or however it's best for us to discuss this. I think that it's really important that we do so because it has been the tradition of the city to allow those things, and I think we need to discuss why there's been a change and why that interaction has happened. So I don't know how to do that best, but I'd like us to address it. So if staff has suggestions on how we can get that information out.
We can put something on the upcoming agenda I can put a little staff report together.
Great. So should I bring that up at the end of the meeting then for future agenda items? Is
Sure.
that most appropriate?
Sure.
Okay. So stay tuned.
Okay, great.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks, Christine. Anybody else? To my right, to my left, we're good. Okay, that'll conclude our public comment and comments to that. And with that, we'll open up the consent agenda. We do have public comment for any item on the consent. Is there any item on the consent somebody would like to speak to? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. And we've already approved item A8. I would take a motion, unless are there any items to be pulled from council? Seeing none, I would take a motion to approve the consent agenda, items A through 1, or A through 7, A1 through A7, pardon me.
So moved.
All right. We have a motion by Mr. Heading, a second by Mr. Smuckler. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Motion carries. That concludes our consent agenda, and we're moving on to public hearings. Are we all good to get started on public hearings? We're right at 7 o'clock sharp. Or is there any requests from council? We're good to go? Okay. Per our policies, we don't start hearings prior to 7 o'clock, so we're right at 7 o'clock on the mark, so we're good to go. And with that, we have item B1 is appeal of the Planning Commission denial of Coastal Development Permit CPO-410 and Conditional Use Permit UPO 369 to construct a 3,386 square foot single-family residence with 520 square foot garage and a 356 square foot of decking and 236 square feet covered porch on a vacant lot at 289 Main Street. This project is located inside the Coastal Commission appeal jurisdiction. The appellant is John and Elaire Howe. Hopefully I pronounced that correctly. And our Community Development Director, Mr. Graham, will lead us on that, opening it up.
I'll turn the presentation over to Cindy Jason.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the Council. It's nice to be here tonight. So yes, this is an appeal of a Planning Commission denial for 289 Main Street. The property is located in the adjacent to Tidelands parking lot. And on the screen you see a vicinity map which shows the location of the property. Here's a little closer up image. The red circle denotes the outline of where the proposed home would go.
Cindy, can you speak into the mic a little closer so I can hear? Thank you.
Okay. Trying to both look at you and look at the screen at the same time. So just to give you a little bit of background, at the September 1st, the project was reviewed by the Planning Commission at two separate meetings. The Planning Commission reviewed on September 1st the first hearing to review the project item. At that time, the item was continued to the October 6th meeting with direction to the applicant to revise the plans to reduce bulk and scale. At the October 6th meeting, the Planning Commission reviewed revised plans with changes to decking along the west and south elevations, reducing the decking approximately 500 square feet. No other changes were made to the project at that time. The applicant's representative provided a justification letter outlining why additional changes were not made. During both of these meetings, the Planning Commission stated concerns for bulk, scale, and massing of the home, especially along the west elevation. They noted the original plans depicted, for instance, 5 roof lines that had ridge lines running parallel to the bay, potentially impacting views over the home to the bay and contributing to this bulk issue. They discussed the bulk size and scale issue at both of the meetings, and ultimately at the October 6th meeting, the Planning Commission denied the project due to bulk and scale, lack of visual compatibility, and particularly concerned with massing of the home from the Tidelands parking lot. And so it was at the October 20th meeting, the Planning Commission adopted PC Resolution 41-5 to deny the project. On October 30th, consistent with our Muni Code requirements, the applicant filed an appeal of the Planning Commission's denial, requesting that the council uphold the appeal and approve the project. The appellants assert that the Planning Commission erred in its findings to deny the project and that the project is not located in a highly scenic area, and that there's a lack of substantial evidence in the record with vague and overbroad standards that prevented them from being able to make the changes as Planning Commission requested. So though the project did meet the minimum standards for city requirements as a property located within the Planned Development Overlay Zone, the project is subject to a higher level of review. In addition, as I stated, the project did find that the project was inconsistent with the city's residential design guidelines, which specifically implement general plan policies regarding neighborhood compatibility and visual compatibility. Since that appeal was filed, staff did reach out to the applicant and their architect and met with them to provide additional clarification regarding the Planning Commission's direction. As a result of that outreach to the applicant has made further changes to the bulk, size, and scale of the home, and those were submitted to staff for review. In the staff report describes these changes, and in the next few slides I'll go through the proposed changes. The proposed changes that the applicant has made in an attempt to meet the Planning Commission's direction to reduce this bulk, size, and scale. So this is a proposed site plan, and I've traced it in different colors just to make it pop out for you, to make it a little easier to read. The green line outlines the property line, so you are seeing on the site plan some of the surrounding structures. The green is the property boundaries for this particular parcel. The red traced lines represent the site plan from the home, or of the home, excuse me, and then the smaller blue lines show you the deck changes. Originally there was one larger deck, and at Planning Commission's direction it was changed to 2. And I would like to point out too that the left side of the picture is showing you the direction to Tidelands parking lot, and on the right is Main Street, so that orientates you to the lot. So it's hard to see on the plans. We're looking at plan view right now, and the plans themselves, the home from Tidelands parking lot has been designed to step back in a staircase design to provide articulation to break up that massing. So the slides that I prepared will show you what the Planning Commission looked at, and then for comparison how they've changed it, just so it's clear what Planning Commission reviewed and how they based their denial. Originally, the first floor looked like this with the larger 800 square foot deck that had access points off the living room and master bedroom. This was the plan that was shown to the first meeting in September. And then the applicant at the October meeting revised the decking at Planning Commission's direction, and broke it up into 2 smaller decks, which total about 300 square feet. And again, I've pointed out, just to make it clear here, that the way that the home is laid out, this being the first floor, Main Street would be this direction, and Tidelands parking lot would be to the south, to the bottom of the image, but it is west. The floor plan on the first floor is laid out so that the garage here is on the northeast corner of the property, master bedroom, living room, kitchen, and then off the kitchen there is a covered porch. And so this follows that site plan view that you were just looking at that shows that staircase stepped back view. This is the second floor plan as reviewed by Planning Commission, and note there are 2 bedrooms and a bath. And in the next slide, This is one of the changes that I'll go through. The staff report does call out approximately 9 changes that the applicant made. The applicant did make some square footage reductions to the home, and that was pointed out during public comment. And the 45 square foot reduction essentially resulted in removing a closet from the bedroom and converting it to an office. The second floor is located over the garage on the northeast corner of the property, so it's not along the Tideland side. This is the basement plan. As reviewed by Planning Commission, there were no changes made to the basement. The basement is located mostly under the kitchen along the northwest side of the property. This is the east elevation as reviewed by Planning Commission. And so for each of the slides, I've pointed out whether it's something that Planning Commission reviewed or whether it's a change that you're looking at new for the first time tonight. This elevation faces Main Street. Note in this plan, the ridge lines are mostly running parallel to the bay, so this was one of the things that the Planning Commission pointed out. So here you're facing, this would be facing Main Street and those ridge lines there. As part of the revised plans that the applicant submitted since the denial, this is the revised elevation. It's hard to see on the plans, but there are some dotted lines that indicate where, and look at here, where the changes have been made. So here I've traced in red so you could just readily more see that. So the red indicates where bulk has been removed from the home. So red is gone. And then this is the original west elevation. So this is facing, one other thing I wanted to say is with the change in roof lines here, the goal was to open up more of that view corridor from Main Street looking over the home off to the bay. Here's the Planning Commission's original west elevation the Planning Commission saw. This is facing Tideland's parking lot, and you're looking at that original larger deck. This was the original home that Planning Commission thought was not compatible with the neighborhood. The deck is one large deck at 800 square feet. And then they revised it when they came back to the October meeting. And then here you see, and as a two-dimensional object, it's hard to see in these planes here how it steps back, but these are two separate decks. The first deck is off the living room, and then this other deck, they are not connected, it is off the master bedroom. And so here is the revised west elevation, and there were a number of changes made to the west elevation, so I will go through these. As I stated, the deck has been redesigned into 2 smaller decks. The Planning Commission, though they supported the deck changes, they also felt that the applicant did not reduce the bulk and scale overall and that the home still had too much massing. So this is an image facing Tideland's parking lot. It shows the revised 2 smaller decks. And I will skip here to the next page so you can see I've traced some of the areas in red where they've made changes. Starting with the red tracing. So here are you saw this on the east elevation where the roof line was changed. This is where you will see the reduction in square footage on the second floor. This is a roof line, and the roof line was changed by 90 degrees to run not parallel to the bay, but perpendicular to the bay. This is a ridge line that was changed to a shed type roof line. And then this area is the covered porch over the kitchen. They've changed the red is the original gable roof there. They've changed it to a shed roof there, or more of a flat type roof, and it covers that. They've also changed the shingles on the lower siding on 3 elevation from a shingle to a board and bat siding. They have changed the deck railing from a cable steel railing to a stepped stair railing. And then I did mention the gable roof line over the porch. They've also removed the west and south walls of the covered porch outside the kitchen. And I will show you a visual simulation in a few slides so you can see this in color as well. And so this area here, the walls have been changed so that would be open in an attempt to reduce the bulk and scale and these incremental approaches to reduce the massing of the home. And then in addition, they are proposing to leave in place the existing mature landscaping in order to better screen the home. And then also use a darker gray color palette also to help blend the home into its existing surroundings. One thing that I wanted to point out is that it's important to note that the image shown on the screen here, it's a little bit hard to discern the articulation, as I said. But one of the comments that staff did receive was this ridgeline right here does not match the ridgeline over here. And the ridgeline here is farther back than over here. So this is a single-story area, and then this is the second-story area, and it is pushed back due to the angle of the lot. And then I'll just quickly go through the remaining two elevations. So here you will see those other changes that got picked up. So this is the north elevation that the PC saw. And then here you see the siding is changed, as I mentioned. And then these roof lines, ridge lines are changed. So originally this would be from the north elevation, the neighbor's view to the north. This is now turned because it is perpendicular to the bay. South elevation originally. And here this white rectangle represents the larger deck. So you don't see it three-dimensionally, but that's that massing of that deck. And when they revise the deck, here you see the deck off the living room and then the smaller deck off the master bedroom. And then the change in railing there. This is the covered porch, and it steps back here. Oh, actually, this is the image that I was trying to show you here. The change in siding, the change in walls, and then the other articulation changes that they are proposing. And then just to go through the original and the revised simulations. This is the original simulation that the Planning Commission saw at the September 1st meeting. This shows the original larger deck, which is located right here. And then when they made changes and brought those to the October Planning Commission meeting, it's interesting because the tree, which is right here, changes, and it shows the two smaller decks. So one of the things that staff learned as we were meeting with the applicants after the Planning Commission denial is that it was discovered that the visual simulations may not have been presented accurately based on the way that the landscaper was trying to show the replacement of landscaping, and that thinking that the goal of the visual simulation is to see the home. And by seeing the home, it's get rid of all the landscaping. The applicant has indicated that they do want to maintain some of this existing landscaping to screen the home. And in reality, the visual simulation should have accurately depicted how much of that home is going to be visible. And we didn't necessarily, not being able to see the home would have been a good thing. So we had them do a survey of the vegetation in that area and then revise the simulations and then to pick up these changes, these articulation changes that they're proposing. So here we are starting with the existing image. And so the home is right in this area. These are existing homes. This is facing from Tidelands parking lot. And then here is the revised simulation. It is, in this area, a two-story home, and in this area, it's a one-story home. It's tucked in against the homes to the left and to the right. You see the two smaller decks here. And actually, I'm going to give us a magnified view so it's a little easier to read. So here I've zoomed in on the property, and then this is much closer in, just because I thought it would be easier to see some of these changes, and I've kind of circled them here. So the shed, the change of roof line here, the reduction in square footage to that upstairs bedroom there. The gable roof over the covered porch is now changed to a flat roof. This area shows the siding change, and then this is where the decking has been changed. So the applicant has proposed multiple changes. I've summarized them on this slide here. I will catch up here on my notes. So in the left column, the Planning Commission's direction ultimately centered on submitting a revised design which reduces the scale and mass along the west elevation facing Tidelands parking lot. At the September meeting, they'd given 4 directions. Items 1 through 3 on the slide there have been met. Item 4 was not met, but the plans the Planning Commission reviewed, Planning Commission was concerned about the overall massing of the home. Since that time, the applicant has submitted numerous changes that staff feels is consistent with the direction of the Planning Commission. And I've listed them here, and we can go back to this later during your discussion if you would like to. Oops. So ultimately, what this leads us with is a revised plans which are included in your staff report, which would be for a new single-family home, which would be 3,341 square feet with a 520 square foot 2-car garage, 356 square feet of decking contained on 2 separate decks, and 236 square feet of covered porch. And for the record, the CEQA analysis was, staff determined that it was eligible for a Class 3 exemption for construction of a single-family home. And one other thing that I would like to point out is in developing the staff recommendation and the course of the way that this project has unfolded, staff's recommendation was that the City Council grant the appeal of the Planning Commission denial and conditionally approve the revised plans as submitted to the City Council. Certainly there are alternatives presented in your staff report, and one of those alternatives, option number 1, would be to send the project back to the Planning Commission and have Planning Commission make the decision on reviewing the revised plans and did they go far enough to meet the bulk and scale. Staff would like to point out that we did meet with Chairman Robert Teft, Planning Commission, and his preference, he indicated to us today, was that he would like to see the Planning Commission review the revised plans. And incidentally, I say that Chairman Teft would have to recuse himself from the project because he does live within 500 feet of the property. He did not vote on this matter at either the September or the October meetings. His concern was more centered on preserving the process and making sure that there's maximum opportunity for public input. Given that as an option, that is certainly option 1. The other options are presented in the staff report. City Council could choose to deny the project or continue the project with further direction to staff. Ultimately, staff's review of the project is because the Planning Commission was so specific with their direction on bulk and scale. Staff's recommendation was that the plans could be found consistent with the direction of the Planning Commission and also consistent as revised with general plan, local coastal plan, and zoning ordinance for approval of the coastal development permit and conditional use permit. And so thus staff's recommendation is council adoption of resolution 0216, which would grant the appeal and approve it as revised. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, great for that. Thanks for that, Cindy. So that concludes your presentation. We have the appellant here, so we'll invite the appellant up. Typically have 10 minutes for the appellant, and then we'll come back to council for questions that would include both staff and the appellant at this time. And then following that, we'll go into public comment. So with that, we'll welcome...
Huff is the way you say it.
Huff, okay.
Huff, that's correct.
Mr. Huff, thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, and staff. I am John Huff. My wife, sitting in the front row right there, is Alaire, and our architect, Tom Martin, is sitting next to her. I feel the necessity to give you a little bit of history about the whole property, and I don't mean just this lot. We acquired about an acre of land which consisted of 3 separate parcels in April of 2007. At that time, there was no legal access to any of the parcels. They were landlocked. We drove across the neighbor's driveway to get to the property. There was a small 1-bedroom house that we then moved into and lived in for several years. The problems with the property were more than just the landlocked parcels. The top parcel, I'll refer to it as the top parcel, it's the most easterly one that fronts Main Street, had about 1,500 square feet of space, of ground space that actually protruded into Main Street across the bike path. There's a name for it that's better than that. And then on the bottom lot, which is the closest to the water, there was a paper street, I think it was called Morrow Avenue, that protruded 15 feet into the property from our neighbor, Becky Hoover. So we proceeded to correct those problems by doing a lot line adjustment with our neighbor that got rid of the Morrow Bay, or the Morrow Avenue intrusion, and we did a subdivision of the top lot at the direction of the city to create an access road through the top lot, which was about 18,000 feet, and then wind down to the north of the middle lot where the little house was, and then access ultimately the lot that we're talking about tonight. During that process, we built a really nice road. It has about everything you could want. That's when we cleaned it up and made the road, it gave us a road with underground utilities, a complete fire suppression system with a triple check valve. I'll mention that's apparently very well, it is expensive, but it's very functional too. We created a drainage system for surface water that meets the Caltrans 100-year flood requirement. And we have a two-tiered biofiltration pond for all of the runoff from the property. So we didn't simply start with this and say, let's build a house here, let's build a house there. That's not how it happened. I mention all of this so that you will understand that we are invested in the whole project, not this house, but the whole project. We have, to this point, we had, I guess, what you would consider a master plan, and that was at the city's request when we put the road in, so that we could create a reasonable overall plan for good function and attention to neighborhood compatibility. Essentially, at this point, we are the neighborhood. We still own all 4 of the parcels. And we have no objection to our building this final resting place, as we're calling it. The 4 parcels are served by this private road. The home we're here about tonight is really no different than the other 2 that have already been approved, one of which we built and now are occupying, and the other one which is under construction. They are no different in size, scale, or mass than the house that we are presently proposing. They are all west of Main Street, so they all fall under the same circumstance as far as we understand. We did this in this manner to ensure compatibility within the neighborhood, to create a nice aesthetic for all 4 of these residences. We certainly financially cannot continue to own all 4 of these parcels, but we have done this at great financial risk to ourselves, I think, to make sure that the project in all, the whole thing, all 4 parcels, meets the standards that we feel are necessary for anyone who wants to come to Morro Bay and have a Bayview property in a nice environment. At the September Planning Commission meeting, we were continued, and when we were continued, what we heard from them, Cindy has already discussed this, is the deck was too elongated and we needed more information about the lot coverage, the exact lot coverage. We got that. We changed the deck. We were asked if we could step the house down from the garage level to create a lower profile from the western exposure. But it's our goal to create a single-level living space for ourselves. In our later years, looking at me, I'm already arrived. So later years are here, and I'd like to get along with this. When we were told that the prominent element of their position was that it was too big, massive, too bulky. We thought to ourselves, well, we're building a 3,368 square foot house on a 14,672 square foot lot. That's a big lot. I'd say it's bigger than most everything that is developed in Morro Bay today. We're not building a 5,400 square foot house on a 3,500 square foot lot. We asked at a subsequent meeting with the staff where they explained to us the problem simply was the way it looked from the parking lot, citing the bulk, size, and scale provision of the new residential development guidelines, which, by the way, weren't part of the whole program when we submitted our application, and it was deemed complete April of 2014. So we've been in this process with this particular house since April of 2014. Provisions of the guideline itself, we feel, are quite vague and pretty much subjective. I contend that those elements of bulk, size, and scale would likely mean something different to each and every person. I believe our attorney has sufficiently addressed the subject in our appeal, so I won't go any further with that. After the meeting with the staff, our architect, our builder, and our landscape architect who did the new simulation revised the plans to incorporate 9 significant changes, which the staff has pointed out to you this evening. And they've done that, or we've done that without eliminating or changing our primary goal of a single-level living space for ourselves. We would like to thank and commend the staff for their assistance in communicating the PC's concerns and helping us implement those changes listed in the staff report. While our architect may not be happy with the changes we've made, they do achieve the PC's suggestions to reduce the bulk, size, and scale of the home. I had this written down. Ms. Windholz got out in front of me, but I'm going to say it anyway. We anticipate that there will be opposing public comment tonight by one or more of the vocal individuals who oppose almost all the projects in Morro Bay. We fully understand and agree that everybody is entitled to their opinion. Nevertheless, we are disappointed, as are many residents we speak with in this community, by the waste of valuable staff, planning commission, and city council time and resources necessary to deal with unfounded and emotional appeals of what are good code-compliant projects. I think ours is one of those. This is not to mention the actual cost to the taxpayers of the city of Morro Bay. In conclusion, I would like again to thank the staff for their time and professional assistance. Did a great job, thanks very much, in helping us to modify our project to better serve the public interest and at the same time allow us to achieve our primary goal of a single-family residence, or a single-level residence. Additionally, I would like to thank each and every one of you, the mayor and the council members, for their efforts in this review and decision-making process, which I would say often go unappreciated in city government. I, for one, do not have the patience and tenacity to do your job, and I thank you very much. In closing, I would urge you to uphold the appeal per staff recommendation and not to return it to the PC for further consideration. We fear, as does staff, returning it to the PC would result in us being here again in a few months as a result of public comment and appeal. That concludes my comments, and I would be very happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you,
Mr. Huff. Appreciate it. At this point, we'll bring it back to council for questions. If you want to just stay there for a little bit, we'll open it for council for questions from council, and then following questions, we'll take a pause. We'll open it for public comment, go through public comment, and then bring it back for discussion. And hopefully, we can get through all our questions and everything. So, Mr. Smuckler, you want to start us off on questions?
Sure. I would like to give Mr. Huff the chance to speak directly to one of the main components of the appeal, which is public access from Main down to Tidelands Park. And while you're at the podium, I think it'd be good to take the opportunity to talk to that from your perspective.
Well, I would say it's impossible. Without eliminating everything that this lot has to offer us for a future residence. The road now terminates at the beginning of this lot. The lot is confined quite a bit by setback. When we first submitted, the house was to be 10 feet further west. 10 feet further east. And that gave us a little more room to work to keep more single level. But the fire department concluded, even though they approved the road and the fire turnout many years before, and it's the way we constructed it to the exact specifications of what was submitted to the city with the approval of the fire department, they could no longer turn their truck around in the fire turnout. That's the way I understand it. You guys may have a better understanding of it. So it was requested that we move the entire footprint of the house 10 feet further west. All of this goes to answer your question by way of it is a very condensed site, even though it's 14,000 plus square feet, because of the setback on both the east and the west side. I think that if there was ever going to be a discussion about access to Tidelands Park through this property, it would have been done long, long before. You have approved, and we have built essentially two houses. So I don't know if that answers your question or not.
Yeah, thank you. It does.
Any more questions? No? Mr. Heading?
Sure, thank you.
Mr. Huff, can you hear me okay?
I can.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Very much appreciated. I have before me in the packet that I received a copy which I believe is titled Exhibit B, Applicant's Appeal, Attachment G. And it appears to be a copy of the current single-family residential design guidelines. If I'm correct, staff, that's what that is. It's titled Single-Family Residential Design Guidelines, and it outlines A, 1, 2, 3, and 4, which is a definition of relationship to homes in the immediate neighborhood. Would that be the correct document that would be utilized? Do you feel that you have a good understanding of what the interpretation is of this guideline? Would you like me to read it? Would that help?
Sure, that'd be great.
Sure, okay.
Excuse me, John, would you mind telling us what does anybody know what page that is on the...
Well, they're not paginated. It's in the packet.
I'm on, I have a paperless packet. I was wondering if staff would
B,
know.
Applicant's Appeal,
Right.
Attachment G.
If someone's online, I'm looking online, if that's easily...
I think at the bottom of the page before it, it says 214 at the very bottom of the page.
Sorry, I have a
No, that's okay. That's okay.
And then the next page, which I think you're reading from, doesn't have a page number at the bottom.
Okay, so it's Exhibit B, Applicant's Appeal, Attachment G. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
I'm getting there. Thank you. Thanks, John. Thanks.
Great.
Sorry to interrupt.
So I'll read it, and I'll read it quickly. The following guidelines are not meant to encompass the entire range of design possibilities, but instead are meant to provide basic guidance as to what is expected when development is proposed. The policies are not meant to discourage innovative designs nor encourage any specific style or design concept. Variations from these guidelines should be considered when proposed project elements provide for a better project than would be possible, adhering to the specific direction provided within the guidelines. Is that clear
Do you understand that?
Not sure I do, but I was wondering if you did when you got that, and if you got an adequate explanation from either staff or the Planning Commission.
Yeah, I left that actually to our architect. I think he's very well trained. He's got a lot of years of experience. I think that the beginning of that paragraph, sentence, whatever it is, gives some broad scope to developing a visual appeal to a residence that doesn't necessarily fall within some narrow guideline of what you have to do. Our intention in creating this little community, and that's what I'll call it, because there are four homes, or there are three, and hopefully there will be a fourth, is to have the feeling of a little New England style cottage village.
Great.
That was our intention from the beginning, and I think we've achieved that with the three that are there presently, and this was the third, a shingled look with a New England style roof, and that was what we wanted. That's our desire as a husband and wife to live out our life in.
And I'll just conclude by reading the 4 points that are made regarding design guidelines. Relationship to homes in the immediate neighborhood, which would be your other homes.
I think so.
Is that correct? A correct interpretation? My question, I guess, would be, what would we consider the immediate neighborhood?
It would be the area directly adjacent, so the homes that are already constructed on the property, and those on the adjacent properties. Going out one or two away, depending on what it. See, you have topographic differences over there, so some of those areas would appear probably disconnected and wouldn't feel like the same neighborhood.
Got it. Okay. So just briefly, one, the overall design of the home should pay particular attention to the adjacent homes while remaining visually compatible with the immediate neighborhood. 2, maintain architectural integrity with design and material consistency on all facades. 3, when replacing or changing the exterior materials, use materials compatible with homes in the surrounding area. And 4, entryways or features such as front doors, porches should be visible from the street. Use of tall walls or fences and landscaping or other design elements that block view of the entry should be avoided. It's my sense when I read the report that the Planning Commission used this guideline to make a determination that the home that is being proposed is not compatible with, quote unquote, the neighborhood.
I would speak to that because I think in the Planning Commission meeting, I don't know which commissioner made this comment, but he was enthralled with the 50s style flat roof resident next door. I don't know if you can get back up on the screen that elevation from the parking lot looking up at the property. That's what he is enthralled with, or he was enthralled with. And I'm not going to build that. I'm just not. Now, if that really is the only adjacent property that is visible, it's the only adjacent property visible. Next to us is the end of that little triangular park. I mean, our lot goes south to the end of the little city triangular park, and then it drops off into the water. There's really nothing. There's a little cabin that dates from the 30s, I think, or maybe the 20s, that is abandoned and has been for the 10 years we've owned the property. So the only property that really is seen from their place of concern, which is the parking lot, as you can see, we're right where the boat launch is. So if you look up from there, Becky's house is the most prominent thing. And it is a flat roof, there's no doubt about it. But it continues at least as long as what you can see there going north. So if there's anything elongated, it's that house. And I mean, I look at those two things together, and I don't expect them to look the same, nor do I think that they are perfectly compatible. But when I go up towards Main Street from the house we're proposing, it is absolutely compatible with everything in the neighborhood.
And thank you for that. And,
Sure.
and if I heard you mention it or didn't hear it correctly, I believe you said that with the homes that you were building, you were trying to maintain an architectural integrity that was consistent throughout all of the homes, including facade development, etc., materials, and I think you said, did you say Mediterranean look?
Well, it's more of a New England style look. We have a lot of shiplap, board and batten, shingles, well-pitched roofs. If you go back a picture, when there's no image there, that's the house that we live in the background. That's up on Main Street.
Right.
And that's kind of the design that we were hoping for all of the houses. The one that's presently under construction is behind the tall flat-roofed one there, which we built to create a garage and a studio apartment on the lot in the middle, that's on the south, the southern part of that middle lot property. It does show there. It's the white roofed with the skylights in it. That's the little one-bedroom house that we lived in when we bought the property, and there was a garage more towards Main Street on that parcel right there, where Cindy had her little light. Yeah, and then we used to come across. You see the big green tree at the bottom there? Yeah. Well, we had to come in across the neighbor's driveway onto that upper lot to access our house. So, as part of putting the road in, the city required that we demolish the garage on the lot that is closer to Main Street there, and then build a new two-car garage with a studio apartment above it. And so that's what all that white you see. There's a house that looks like a bunch of Legos, and then next to it is pretty much a square. That is the top of the studio apartment that's above the garage. And the other two, the two that the one that we live in now is on that triangular piece on Main Street to the north of the road, and the one that's under construction is right there. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
Matt?
Yes. Thanks, Mr. Huff, for coming and presenting and doing all of this work. Having watched your projects over the years, I can appreciate the work you've done. But I do have a few questions for you, if you don't mind. So in terms of this project and looking how it's laid out on your property and thinking of the neighborhood compatibility, specifically with view sightlines coming up from Tidelands Park, looking down from Main Street, considering the local, if you're going to do a radius of 500 feet around that building. And I understand, looking at your plans, taking in your top of this property that you're proposing down to 23.5 feet, you're taking into consideration that view corridor, and that's the highest bulk and scale. But still, that is quite, and I understand because looking at this picture, folks watching it, I mean, you have that other property, the one I think you said you were living in now. Mm-hmm. That's that view corridor or that neighborhood compatibility, that's changing in terms of what you're building and proposing to build. And so understanding the changes you've made in this project, how do you respond to that view shed, especially with your project being where it's going to be almost in the center of that view corridor coming down from Main Street down to Tidelands and vice versa?
Well, my first response would be I don't think we're in any specific view, and staff could help me with this, but I think that this property is not within the purview of the view corridor. If I'm wrong, I'm surprised. We've done our best to preserve that, at the same time utilize the space that we have to build these homes. I don't know how else I can respond to it other than, with the exception of eliminating whatever would be built there, how could we improve the view corridor?
Okay. Well, that's one question, and I guess the key word of your sentence was how. I do agree with you. Just looking at that, looking at the proposal, I'm like, okay, hearing and seeing what you've done, and then hearing the opposition saying, well, looking in terms of neighborhood compatibility and these design guidelines going forward, and understanding that the landowner has a lot of rights to be able to develop their piece of property. And so I do respect that, but however, understanding and respecting the surrounding property owners also is a pertinent point to think of also.
Mm-hmm.
So that those view sheds and that neighborhood compatibility is important. But then also, I'm also thinking of the comment made in terms of the nearby adjacent homes. I understand the properties you've built, and I do agree with your systematic way of doing it. They go together very well. But in terms of those surrounding properties, not necessarily that they have to mimic or exact what you're doing. The size, bulk, and scale of what you're presenting is at times drastically different. Not necessarily to the property just to your north there, but across Main Street. And so in that neighborhood, you're presenting, or this project is presenting, a difference. Would you agree?
Not totally. I would point to the house that's being constructed on Walnut, which is certainly within that circle.
No, totally. And I do agree with you. And that point came up also in terms of neighborhood compatibility.
So tell me how I'm different than the house that's been approved on Walnut.
With that said, your project, let's not necessarily compare, but let's just think of the size of your project you're presenting. And I understand how you've made some changes in terms of the decking and some square footage. Because looking at this, and believe me, I totally respect what you've been doing, and so this is not a negative comment at all.
Okay, appreciate that.
But I'm simply saying, in terms of moving forward, in terms of this concept of neighborhood compatibility, are there any other roads that you'd be willing to go down to change your project a bit to improve that neighborhood compatibility and that view shed?
I don't know, because at this point I don't know what those roads would be. Keep in mind that a substantial portion of this 3,300 and whatever it is feet is below ground.
Yeah.
So what you're looking at is more like 2,400 feet. Well, 2,400 feet on a 14,000 plus square foot lot is, in my opinion, not excessive bulk, scale, or mass. I mean, maybe it's just my opinion, but as I said, I think that term in the design guidelines is so vague that it could be interpreted differently by every single person who looks at a project. So, I mean, we didn't get any specific direction, I can tell you that, from the Planning Commission. All our specific direction came from staff, and I thank them immensely for that, because honestly, we were at a loss. I mean, we went away from that denial with, wait a minute, we met the height standard, we met the standard for lot coverage, we met the setback standard. We've basically done everything that we are required, we think, to do, with the exception of this vague bulk, scale, and mass.
Sure.
So we definitely want to work. I mean, we don't want to come back and argue about this. There's no reason to. We want to work with staff and work with the City of Morro Bay to continue to create what we think we have done already, a wonderful little 4-lot community. So I don't know, somebody would have to give me some really specific direction for me to say, yeah, I'm willing to do that, or no, I'm not.
Okay, I appreciate that. That's
All right.
a very nice comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Christine.
Okay, you're not going to gate this little community, are you?
Am I going to what?
You're not going to gate this little community.
No, I'm certainly not. The fire department wouldn't like that at all, since
right.
this is a fire access road.
Driveway's a new skate
Okay, no, I'm teasing. Okay, I wanted to clarify with staff before I ask any more questions of Mr. Huff?
Huff, that's correct, yeah.
Thank you. The document that Councilmember Heading was referring to, it does say immediate neighborhood map example. Is it, when we talk about immediate neighborhood, just because I want to kind of clarify for everyone, is it, the document says 300-foot radius. Is that what we're talking about? In every project, do we look at 300 feet around?
It's effectively what we look at. I mean, again, these are guidelines. It gives you a map in general it's on the adjacent page.
Yes.
And the portions that were being read by Councilmember Heading are a portion of the guidelines, really the introduction to the guidelines. The more specifics as it relates to scale, bulk, and those types of things are further on in the guidelines. So.
Yes, thank you very much. And then a question I have, that now that we're able to have this conversation, is when you began in 2007 and the subsequent years, when you were working with the city on lot line adjustments and subdivisions, was there any discussion that you had about access roads, a path, a walking path, not a road, not an access road for vehicles, but any kind of access path for the public through that property down into Tidelands Park?
Never. Absolutely never.
No. So that was never, they never mentioned that to you as a hope for the city, that some of these larger properties, when they become redeveloped, because of course, this is a very large parcel that didn't have much development on it. So that's been something that I thought in the past we had, kind of hoped for, but I wasn't here in this seat in 2007, 8, or 9. So,
Councilmember Johnson.
Sorry, was it in the staff report?
No, can I offer a comment to that? I sorry to interrupt. I was on Planning Commission when when the original project came through. Mm-hmm. I was just waiting my turn to speak. But since I was on Planning Commission when the original project was through, the original Hammerhead driveway, not that my memory is really great, but I don't recall any public access as well. When this was coming, I was going to kind of get to my turn, but since you've brought it up, I just thought I'd maybe help with a comment. And I don't recall any discussion as far as public access.
That helps. Yeah,
okay,
absolutely. Okay, so 2 people say no. So great. And then at this point, I had a kind of a process question. So you went to the Planning Commission, and if you were to return today to the Planning Commission, let's say, because that's an alternative that staff has given the council, and you heard the reason earlier in the staff report was, perhaps process-wise, it's beneficial to return this project since all this work has been done subsequently. If staff deems it approvable enough to tell us at the council level that it's approvable, do you have a sense that if process-wise, the council made the decision to take the project as it is now with all of the amendments that you've made with your time working with our staff one-on-one, staff understanding Planning Commission's mindset, do you feel that if you went back, and I mean, you don't have a crystal ball, but the sense is if you went back and closed this loop and process, then do you have a sense that the Planning Commission would see the evolution of the project and then have approval of it? A majority approval, at least.
I would hope so. I think staff would have a better sense of that than I would. Our concern, of course, is that it simply elongates this process because if we go back to Planning Commission, public comment is available again and is appeal. I will tell you that Ms. Winholtz took us on the very first house through the process. We were approved at Planning Commission level 5-0. We were approved 4-1 at City Council. She appealed us to the Coastal Commission. It took us 9 months to get there, and in 8 minutes, they voted 12-0 in our favor. It's a tremendous waste of money and time to go through that process again. And I think that staff has the handle on it, that what we've done to mitigate their concerns is sufficient to have it approved.
Okay.
And
then there's nothing that would impede a decision made by the City Council from being appealed in a similar way, correct?
That's correct. Any person out there would have the ability to appeal the council's decision to the Coastal Commission.
Right. Okay. Great. Those are my questions. Thank you very much for coming out and
You're
speaking
welcome.
on behalf of your own property.
Thank you.
God, there we go. Thank you. Thank you. It's my turn. I'll get some of those things in discussion, but as far as questions, I just reserve one question for staff. And Scott, you made comment to Councilmember Heading's comment initially in the design guidelines, and basically you referred to, hey, there's some more specifics. Don't know if you have that access at your fingertips, but perhaps it would be interesting to elaborate a little bit more on the specifics of that language for us so we can identify how our guidelines, and specifically I just want to know as you go through that, those specifics and how do they apply to this project?
Well, I don't have them all in front of me. I could probably maybe get them up off the website if you want to give me time to do that. The next section, so that was what Councilmember Heading read was Section A, which is, again, basically the introduction. The next section is scale and mass. So I would say those are probably more the policies, that the Planning Commission was pulling from when they started referencing scale, mass, and bulk. And I'm going to disagree with Mr. Huff insofar as I think the direction given by the Planning Commission was fairly specific. It's one of the reasons why we reached out to the applicant. I thought this project was pretty close to getting approval. The Planning Commission really just wanted them to maybe improve the view corridor a little bit, provide a little bit better of a rendering. Part of this project and the issues it has is it's suffering from the renderings a little bit, I think, in that you don't have three-dimensional renderings of all sides of it, so you don't see the depth that it has. Cindy pointed out to you earlier that it has that kind of step-back feature sawtooth on that side that faces the Tidelands Park and parking lot area there. That provides a lot of depth to this project. And then that whole side, the further away you get, that's a one-story piece. So scale and mass it's got a lot of articulation in this project. The Planning Commission did see that. They did struggle with the fact that maybe the renderings didn't show them as well as they could otherwise have done, and did want that area that's 2 stories, that sits up there, right as you come back down the driveway there and hit it above the garage is kind of 2 stories right there. And they thought, couldn't we turn the roof pitches a little bit to reduce the view impingement coming down from standing up at, say, on Main Street? And so we heard all that, staff did, and I said, well, I think if they just did a little bit of this, they could make some of these changes and very well come back with a project that's absolutely compliant with the direction provided by the Planning Commission, hence the recommendation that you see from staff. You don't normally see stuff like that from us, but we did get pretty clear direction, and they were referring back to the design guidelines. I think I went far afield on that explanation. I apologize, but it was sort of leading one thing to the next.
Okay. That's helpful. I don't have any more questions, but I'll make a comment while Mr. Huff is here in case you want to respond. And then I'll go to public comment, and then we'll come back for other comments unless there's any other questions. But, thinking about this project originally, I do recall so the original project was, hey, we're going to develop this subdivision in essence. And there was discussion on what is this subdivision going to look like, as I recollect. Yeah. And there was discussion on how everything's going to sit, where the view corridors are. But, I understand it's your project. There was nothing, that would require us to say, hey, come back and do and have all your projects proposed. There was nothing from the city that would require you to do that. And I know that was your desire at that time to phase things in. Can totally appreciate that because it's a big project. But I just did want to comment to that. And I think when we were looking at that in the past, from at least the Planning Commission I was sitting on at that time, there was discussion about what's the overall project going to look, how's it all going to blend together. I don't know if you want to respond to that. It's an open-end discussion point. I just had to make that because that's what I recollect as a discussion point as part of the project. I don't recollect discussion about public access per se.
Right.
But here we are designing or kind of going in one step at a time, and it seems like you got appealed on one, and now you're looking at another one. Probably would have been nice to just kind of do the whole tamale and then get it over with, but we're here today. So, those are my only comments, and I just thought I'd share those with you at the podium if you had any comments.
No, I appreciate it, and I will respond to it. I do remember the fact that there was quite a bit of discussion at the Planning Commission the first go-round.
So we're both doing pretty good, even though both of our hairs look pretty similar.
Hair? Thank you.
Yeah.
I feel like I had hair when this started.
And it wasn't gray.
Yeah, well, yeah, it was there. Anyway, financially, it would have been too big a burden for us. We're not big developers. We're a husband and wife who happen to be in a very fortunate position. We acquired a property that we had some vision for. We wanted to live in Morro Bay. We wanted Bayview. It had a lot of things that we wanted, but we financed it. We went out on a limb to finance this position. The first thing we had to do was to sink almost $400,000 into the ground to create the road, the underground, the drainage system, the biofiltration pond, all of that. And so from an economic standpoint, we couldn't do anything but take it a piece at a time and continue to refinance ourselves through the process to move on. Well, at our financial expense, we believe it has turned out to be a really good project because we took that risk. We went down to a place where we really looked at each other in the middle of the night quite often and said, what are we doing? But now we're almost to the end. We've got 3/4 of this done with the final house in this particular stage. We will need, obviously, to sell the one we're living in and the one that we're constructing now. And the reason behind our process like this was more financial than it was anything else.
Okay, all right. In case there's any questions, unless there's any other questions, I was going to conclude this. We'll open up for public comment, and during discussion, if by chance there's any more questions, we'll ask you to come up, and appreciate your time.
Good. Thank you very much.
With that, we will open up public comment for this hearing item. Anybody who'd like to speak to this, public comment is open. Please come forward.
Good evening. My name is Bob Taft, and I am the chairman of the Planning Commission, but I'm speaking here on my own behalf. And I'm not going to speak to the project. I have to recuse myself when this comes before the Planning Commission, so I'm not going to speak to it now, but I would like to speak to the process. And I would like to point out that you're not being asked to overturn a denial of this project. The Planning Commission has not seen this project. You're being asked to overturn a denial of a previous project, which honestly I think you would have found to be unacceptable. The second point that I would like to make is that there were two Planning Commission's hearings on this. I didn't participate, but I did observe. And I would agree with Scott. I think that there were some very specific ideas, but for what I remember, the idea of turning the direction of the roofs was actually specifically mentioned by Commissioner Luer during one of the meetings, as were several of the other ideas that have been incorporated. At the end of the second hearing, Catherine Sorensen, who was the chairman, offered the applicant the opportunity to continue to work with staff and with the Planning Commission and to bring the project back with some of the changes that you're seeing before you're here. And the applicant's representative specifically requested a denial, which was granted. So my request would be that you look strongly at option one, which would be to return this back to the Planning Commission to continue the process that was ongoing. I think there's three major advantages to this. I think it maintains the integrity of the process. A Planning Commission denial should not be a license for an applicant to redesign a project and bring a de novo plan directly to the City Council, which is sort of what's happening here tonight. Secondly, I think that would facilitate the possibility of additional public input. One of the things that makes me very proud of our current Planning Commission is that it works very hard to bring if not agreement, at least understanding between applicants and the neighborhood, and to try and bring the sides together. We're not always successful, I admit, but certainly that would be our goal. And finally, I would submit to you, just from looking at the packet, that there actually are some additional details that need to be worked out with this project, and that it's not 100% ready to go at this point, and I think that could probably be done more effectively at the Planning Commission level.
Thank you, Dr. Taft. Anybody else for public comment? Seeing none, we'll close public comment and bring it back to council. And I just want to ask the question about the request for denial. And maybe some more input on that from staff and or the applicant actually on that, the discussion behind that. So, Scott, if you can elaborate a little bit.
Certainly. So when it came back to the Planning Commission the second time, there were a number of items that the Planning Commission had pointed at as being issues with the project at the first hearing. The one that the applicant chose to address was the deck. So there was a very large 800 square foot deck that stuck out to the south of the building. So it kind of, the profile looking up at it from the parking lot down there seemed very long. And so they requested that they shorten it. And they did that. And they kind of kept it, for the most part, within mostly of the footprint of the building, meaning looking up at it, and the building's just wide, and the decks kind of stayed in front of it for the most part, and they did that. But they didn't make any of the other changes that the Planning Commission pointed out, or didn't address any of the other concerns, I guess I should more accurately state. So the Planning Commission asked them what their where they wanted to go with that. I mean, are you willing to make these other changes? They could see where the Planning Commission was going with it because they weren't happy that they didn't address it. The applicant's representative got up and spoke to the Planning Commission, basically telling them they didn't give the applicant enough direction. Planning Commission deliberated. It was pretty clear they were going to deny the project. They brought the applicant's representative up again to the dais to ask them if they wanted a continuance to address some of the concerns that were raised. The applicant's representative indicated that no, they did not, and the Planning Commission then denied the project.
Okay, great. I guess I'm going to invite the applicant up to speak to that, and whether or not I just want to talk through some of these conversations, because whether or not we've reviewed the hearings for the public that are watching this particular hearing, I think this is part of the story. They might not have watched all the testimony from the Planning Commission, so I just wanted to invite you up to hear this.
Okay, thank you. My best recollection, Kathy Novak was our representative. She still is, really, but we felt that it was, and staff felt that it was a better idea if I made the presentation tonight, because I am probably more invested and familiar with the property and what we're trying to do than she could be. After the first Planning Commission, this is my recollection again, and I could be corrected. After the first Planning Commission meeting, Kathy asked or emailed the commissioners to meet with them. None of them would to meet with her, and my understanding from discussing with her is none of them would. Now, maybe that's a procedural issue, maybe it's something else. We knew that, and at that point, I think we said, well, aren't we better off with just a denial so we know where we stand on this thing? And that's kind of how it went. And I think she took that stance. It probably seemed a little rude at the time and maybe shorthanded. But we were at a loss because we really felt like we had submitted ourselves to the process and we had achieved all of the ordinance requirements, achieved or exceeded all of the required ordinance issues with setback, height, and lot coverage. So, and I would say that to our dismay, the direction, while it may seem specific to some, the direction that we received from one of the council members was, quote, they can do better.
Council members or
planning commission? Planning commissioners said, well, I think they can do better. Well, I don't know, but yeah, maybe we can, but if you don't tell us what it is we're missing on, and again, maybe I was deaf. You guys have a better feeling for what the specific direction was, but we didn't. And maybe that was, on our part, the wrong approach to take, or to tell Kathy that's the way we wanted to go. In retrospect, it looks a little obstinate and maybe controversial, but that's what happened.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Any other? Ready to make discussion? Any further? I guess maybe if there prompts any more questions, does anybody have more questions they want to start off with first? I do. One question, John? Yeah.
Question for staff. You specifically came to the conclusion that your number one recommendation was that we grant the appeal of the Planning Commission denial and conditionally approve the development permit. Hearing the information that I'm getting tonight with your expertise, knowledge, and understanding of the process, why would you not want the project to go back to the Planning Commission after this denial?
That's an excellent question.
Thank you.
And one that I'm not surprised you're asking. Internally, we sat down, we kind of waffled back and forth about where we were going to go with this. Typically, my initial reaction would be to, after we sat down and worked with them, to give the recommendation to the City Council, send it back to the Planning Commission to take a look at it. That's oftentimes what the City Council will do in situations like this, when you see a willingness on the part of the applicant to make changes to address issues that were raised, that were part of an appeal. In this specific instance, we felt that we got pretty good direction from the Planning Commission, which was one of the reasons, again, we reached out to the applicant to sit down and see if they were willing to make some changes. And because we did have some pretty specific direction to give them, and they were willing to pretty much address all of those items, and because it seemed to us that there was a strong likelihood that this would, again, be appealed. So if we made the recommendation and City Council followed it, and you sent it back to the Planning Commission, that the Planning Commission would be able to work out the scenario, approve the project, it would be appealed back to the City Council. Here you would sit reviewing it again, and then ultimately it was likely, at least in my opinion, that it was going to be appealed off to the Coastal Commission. That's what I felt based on what had transpired in the project before. There seemed to be some issues that probably were not going to be able to be resolved as part of this project because they kind of had, left the gate a while ago, and that's that access issue that you were talking about. I don't know that this project was ever going to be able to resolve that. And so, in the end, we made the recommendation to have the City Council approve it, but then giving you the first option would be to send it back, because it would not have surprised me, or would not surprise me, if that's the decision that the council made.
Okay. I'll start off with a couple comments and then let it go from there. First off, I just wanted to thank Scott for taking the initiative to reach out to the applicant, and then the applicant coming together and working on these things. As Dr. Teft explained about the process, I guess there could be many schools of thought on this, and one would be to, as maybe is one of our options here, is to send it back to the Planning Commission. And of course, we have it right here where we can make that decision. And as a council, I think it's appropriate for us to make decisions. I don't think it usurps the Planning Commission's ruling by any means. What I get out of that, at least to this point, and I'll just cover a couple other points, is that it went through the Planning Commission process, and I would say with staff's work and relationship with the Planning Commission on and understanding those points, the points have been addressed the way we have it presented tonight. So I think to me, there's a lot of support to go with your initial recommendation. That said, I think there's one component for me when I look at this that I'll pose the question to Scott as well, is I think it's very difficult to see the slides up there as photos, whatever it is, these plans, to really assess some of the details that is being asked. I really do, and I've heard that from the planning commissioners. Discuss what it's going to take to be able to really refine that. I understand that it's onerous, the investment that it takes to get a project to where it is today, and all the expense of an architect to model it for a planning commission if this is where it's going to go. But I consider it, and I think I've got a pretty decent eye on stuff like this, but I find it very difficult with these plans and the presentation to really look at it and say, are we really addressing all that? That's my initial hesitancy at this point, because I think other than Scott presenting this saying, hey, look, based on all this, we've met Planning Commission direction on this. But I for one, find it hard, somewhat difficult to address this with the visuals that we have, and that's probably another discussion for the Planning Commission to take on as a topic on how we do that in the future. But those are my initial comments for right now, and I'll kind of maybe start off continue some of the discussion with the council as we go through this and see where we get. But just going to start with that, and I'll turn to Mr. Heading if he wants to continue the conversation. I didn't give you obviously, I didn't give you any position on where I'm going on this, but I just want to throw out that information to start.
And I thank you for that. And I thank you for the history that you've given us as well. Obviously, in the context of what you have just discussed, Mayor, we also are not the experts that have or should have the intimate understanding that the Planning Commission does in making the decisions that need to be made for these kinds of detailed issues. That being stated, my intuition or sense on the part of the applicant is that the Planning Commission is being more subjective than objective, and that the rationale for denial and or a lack of movement of the project is more based on, again, subjective feeling that it is a project with too much mass and is not, quote unquote, compatible with the neighborhood, end of quote, and whatever that means. and if I could have specific criteria laid out for myself as to exactly what that meant, I might have a better chance of understanding how to vote on this. I look at the neighborhood that I live in. I live in Driftwood, on the corner of Main Street and Driftwood. A project went up that, in my mind, if you look at mass, was not compatible with the neighborhood. However, it significantly matched the facade of the area, and through intention all the way down to the detail of landscaping, met the intention of maintaining the integrity of the area of a number of houses that had been built approximately 7 or 8 years prior. And if you looked across the street, the houses in comparison, there was no comparison whatsoever. And so when I think about neighborhood compatibility and I drive around town, I wonder, what is neighborhood compatibility and what does it mean? And where am I going with this? And so here's where I'm going with all of this. My sense is our applicant has spent a significant amount of money and time trying to get this project approved. There have been a number of roadblocks that have been put up that, as I believe you stated, will be put up for maybe a number of projects that appear to be large in scale by individuals that don't want to see that happen. And as a result of that, I have a great concern for personal property rights, money spent, early understanding of project intent, and what sounds to me what the applicant thought was compatible with regard to the proposed house that they're building. And so I'm feeling as if that staff has given a great presentation, improved my understanding significantly of this project, but that I don't have enough detailed information with the changes that have been made to say that it now meets the intent of what the Planning Commission wanted and expected previously. And so I'm not sure where I'm leaning yet. I want to hear further discussion, so thank you.
Well, this is going well. How about you, Noah?
Yeah, thanks. I just want to start by saying that I don't think the Planning Commission was being subjective at all. I think they have been, from what I've noticed, working very hard to respect and moderately implement the design guidelines that our community spent so much time to develop and work through, so that we had something to try to avoid the decades-long debate that we've wrestled with. And I'm sensing there's a combative approach from the applicant, which I can understand because you were in process and we were concerned about at some point you have to introduce these design guidelines and commit to them. And I think our Planning Commission has done that. I think our community is expecting them to do that. And what I would not want to do is throw that out the window in this case and kind of create a separate path that circumvents that process. And I think it's very important that the Planning Commission is given the respect and be able to perform their duty to take a look at this new iteration of the project and I do expect that we're very close, and from what I'm reading in the minutes and was able to watch of the second meeting, they were specific, and most of it focuses on the bulk and scale and some of the view shed items, which is what I'm concerned about. Unfortunately, I would agree with the applicant that the public access item's not realistic at this point, and unless there's some amazing idea that comes from them, we can't really go backwards on that. So I'm putting that aside, and I'm thinking about the bulk and scale, and therefore I think it is important that we support and commit to the design guidelines and the Planning Commission's work on this, and that we take option number one, or alternative number one.
Thanks, Noah. Councilmember Johnson?
Good evening again, everyone. It's been a while since I have talked second time. It's good. No, it's good. It's good. It's all, well, no, it's all right. It's all good public discussion. Really, I think based on where we're headed, I am very confident that every time we don't follow the process, it comes back to haunt us. There are a lot of other things I could have said there, but I'll choose that simple phrase. Every single time we don't follow the process, it comes back to haunt us. So I appreciate staff giving us the option, quite honestly, of, hey, given the pathway of the project next door, you're probably going to see this again. And you know what? You never know. You have to try. We might say, okay, go for it. So it doesn't bother me at all that we have, it's why you have alternatives. So you have one you like, number one, I think I like number two. So I like the first alternative. And that's the way at this point, I'm going to go and ask Planning Commission to take a look at it again, because it's the right thing to do with the process. And it sounds like a lot of progress has been made between September and October. It sounds like things have been straightened out on what the applicant, the understanding of now where the Planning Commission was. And it really is a process question for me. I think that it needs to go back and close the loop. And then I would say that if we could get that to happen as quickly as possible, understanding the pressure on agendas, and then I would expect that, and I would encourage staff to then prioritize it if indeed it does become, if it does get appealed again to council, if we prioritize it and bring it back to us as soon as possible. I've clearly heard enough tonight that I feel confident I could make a decision. But again, every time we do that, and we've been asked by the Planning Commission chairperson to please bring it back for a comment, he's not even able to rule on it. He's recusing himself, but he is giving us sort of a shout out to process. So for me, that's the path that I'm going to be supporting tonight. I appreciate everyone else's deliberation, and I appreciate the applicant coming and standing and speaking for himself. I would say it is very powerful when an applicant does speak to us directly. Sometimes things are very complicated getting through the process, and I absolutely understand needing to have expertise to manage the municipal process, but I do really appreciate it when I hear directly from the applicants, because you're my neighbor, so it's great to get to know you through this too. So that's where I stand, looking forward to closing this item if we can.
Yep, thank you. Matt?
Yes. Well, and likewise, Mr. Huff, I really appreciate how you've spoken about your project, and having watched it, and I'm totally impressed with what you've done with it. But likewise, I do believe in the larger sense of the town, the continuity of dealing with our design guidelines and our planning commission. It's very important that we stick to this. We do not have a homogeneous town. All of our architecture does not look the same. And I do believe I want to stay away from that, and I think everybody in the audience would agree. And so with that in mind, with the design guidelines and neighborhood compatibility and the various criteria, and I really do appreciate staff going through this, and I really like going to this meeting right now with your comments about staff and how positive that experience was. So staff, thank you very much. And I mean that. And so with that, my recommendation, I'm going back towards Planning Commission. I do believe that how they've presented their findings, I think that is applicable. And so if this project was, if they've satisfied all the requirements per staff, I do believe the process, and so I would apologize to you in your presentation that there will be more time towards this, but I think in terms of vetting the process is more appropriate. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. John, I don't know if you have any further comments, closing comments on where you want to go. I know you were looking for more deliberation, as was I. I left my comments open-ended, twofold. One, I think there's a good comments on process and where is the process taking. But this is another process, and I think my earlier comments of these drawings and what was up there, I think it's difficult, really, to get through some of the visuals part of that. So maybe that would be something that would be expanded upon as part of this project. I guess, Scott, I know you're going to the mic on that. My comments going back to that is, to a certain extent, it doesn't diminish. In fact, I appreciate the work that you did reaching out to the applicant to bring it back here. I think that's one of the things that we should be doing as a city. So great work by you. And obviously, one of the options is to go back to Planning Commission. I'll support Planning Commission or my fellow colleagues on here and add to the vote on this. Primarily, just as I stated, some of the visual aspects of it, not really being able to. I think your staff report, as far as, hey, we've worked through this, it meets all these, but I think we can probably expand a little bit on the visual presentation on how do you really know, how does this really fit. So I'd support my at least 3 of my council members and move with the alternative number 1. And John, I don't know where you want to go, but we're ready for, unless you want to make a motion.
So I want to add my thanks to what I think is probably one of the best staffs in the county, and thank you so much for your willingness to make a bold recommendation, such as you did tonight, and I think that's commendable. And I do want to thank the applicants as well. I totally understand where you're coming from. I believe I sense frustration, and I so appreciate you personally coming and explaining your position. That's very helpful for me. I would make a motion that we grant the appeal and send the project back to the Planning Commission with direction to reconsider the project based upon the revised plans.
I'll second.
Mr. Mayor, may I just, for the record, to see if we can't keep it moving forward, since you had suggested you want to get this through the process quickly, that you adopt the resolution that was presented, but you basically take the first page of the resolution, take the top part of the resolution that says now therefore, and for the record, delete what's currently Section 1 and Section 2, I'm sorry, just Section 1, and add a new Section 1 that says what Councilmember Heading just said, which is, due to the new plans proposed by the applicant, the appeal has been granted for the purpose of the project being sent back to the Planning Commission for review and decision.
Okay, great suggestion, but I need a little bit more conversation on that. So you're on the resolution. I want to catch up to you on the resolution. So you're on the resolution, and you're in the description part of it, and we're not in Section 1. What section are we in?
No, I am. What I'm saying is, leave. We'll need to change the title, because I think we'll need to change the title. Leave the first page as it is, because that's just factual recitations. Leave the now therefore be it resolved, and then everything that says Section 1, everything after Section 1, you're going to basically delete all that, and instead of saying that, you're going to say what I just said or what Councilmember Heading said. So the only reason I'm saying that is so we can do the resolution tonight and don't have to bring it back.
Okay. So we've got a motion and a second to grant the appeal. We're in a discussion to refine this motion, and basically, so the suggested motion is adopt resolution 0216, but delete the content of Section 1 and add what language? I'll write it down.
Due to the new plans presented by the applicant for the project, grant the appeal for the purpose of returning the project to the Planning Commission for review and decision. Period. And then I found the section 2. I thought, and then you don't need section 2. There is a section 2 on the bottom of page 3 of the resolution. You don't need that section.
Okay, eliminate. Okay.
So then page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5, all that you don't need, and it'll go, the resolution will then continue with the passed and adopted language.
Okay, so due to the new plans for the applicant,
Presented by the applicant.
grant the appeal, return to the Planning Commission for review
and decision.
Okay. So
Can be appealed back.
Process question.
we can, yeah. So we have the motion. We can make a motion to amend the current motion.
Or the maker of the motion could.
I'm going to withdraw the motion if the second.
Sure, I'll withdraw.
Okay, so we've got a withdrawal of the motion.
Restate the motion to adopt Resolution 02.16 with the changes made to page 1 as mentioned by the city attorney and new language added due to the new plans presented by the applicant, grant the appeal, and
Your mic went out.
thank you. Grant the appeal and return the project
to the Planning Commission.
For review and decision. Correct? And that
would work for me.
Thank you.
Okay.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. And so we that was section 1 and section 2. So eliminating section 2 and deleting what's after section 1 and drafting the language that Dr. Heading was reading. Okay. Okay, are we all clear on that? Okay, all right. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None? Motion carries. If we can take a 5-minute recess and be back at 8:45. Okay, folks, we're back. I think one more time. So we're on item C1. Item C1 is discussion and direction of staff regarding the Morro Bay Aquarium lease site, and this report's given by our city manager, Dave Buckingham.
Great, thank you, Mr. Mayor and community. We're excited to bring this agenda item to you. So the purpose of this presentation is to get council approval, which we term consent of landowner in this situation, for the Central Coast Aquarium to develop a new aquarium marine science center at lease site 6970 and 6970 West. Should the council approve this proposal, the CCA, Central Coast Aquarium, will develop a concept plan that will come through the Planning Commission for approval at the council before going to the Coastal Commission. And I'll note here that that we most recently talked in this venue about this in April, when the council gave the staff explicit direction to work directly with the Central Coast Aquarium in a public-private partnership to bring to you this proposal for the Central Coast Aquarium to potentially build a new aquarium at the existing Morro Bay Aquarium site. The staff's recommendation, we're excited to recommend with our potential partner here that you approve the proposal that will be presented, and that you direct staff to work closely with the Central Coast Aquarium to ensure that the project provides exceptional public benefit, and to ensure and to help that the concept plan is as consistent as possible with this proposal. So as with all lease site proposals at this stage, it's partially a building design proposal, but it's more importantly a use proposal, and so the building proposal is perhaps less important at this stage than is the use of the facility. And as we just heard with the appeal, this will go through a long and detailed and community inputted process on what the actual design ends up to be, to make sure it's consistent with the waterfront master plan, local coastal plan, etc. So to outline the process for a lease site, because it's a little different for other properties in the city, should the council accept this proposal tonight, then the Central Coast Aquarium will develop a concept plan for the whole site. That concept plan will go to the Planning Commission and then come to the City Council for approval. The CEQA process will be happening in parallel to that at the same time. And then the concept will go to the California Coastal Commission for approval, and about the same time the lease agreement will come to the council for the staff will negotiate and bring to council the actual lease agreement. So we're not necessarily approving a lease tonight, but there are some impacts because this is a special project. Following California Coastal Commission approval, the CCA will develop a precise plan that's consistent with the concept plan and Coastal's whatever requirements or changes they have, and then the Planning Commission will approve that precise plan and issue permits, and construction will begin. That took maybe a minute to read that. That's actually probably an 18-24 month process, maybe 26 months or 36, but that's the process, so we all know so we're really at the very beginning of the process here. I'm going to give a brief overview of the proposal and then ask Rep. Tara from the Central Coast Aquarium to give the proposal itself. So a brief overview is that the Central Coast Aquarium build a new $5 to $10 million aquarium/marine science facility on the current aquarium lease site. And actually, this will likely be a $7 to $10 million facility, not 5 to 10. This will have a significant public benefit as a visitor-serving attraction on the Embarcadero. The aquarium will serve school groups and will serve visitors. Probably better to say that the other way around. It will constantly serve visitors and will also have space and programs to serve school groups. So it won't be one or the other. It'll be both and at the same time. It will house research and education partnership with Cal Poly. You'll hear more about that. It will be designed to include a future Morro Bay Visitor Center within the aquarium. So not through the pay site, but essentially if you vision you'll walk through the doors into the foyer of the aquarium, and at one side will be the entrance to the actual aquarium, and off to the other side will be the Morro Bay Visitor Center. There will be second floor space for classroom education and for events. There's water lease sites associated with this for new docks, which can house the Cal Poly research vessel and other educational cruises. So with that, I'd like to ask Tara Malzone to come up. We're going to have Tara sit at the table there so she's easily able to answer questions. And while she's coming up, I just want to introduce a few folks in the audience, because public-private partnerships are partnerships, and it's important that we know the team that we may be getting involved with. So first, Dr. Dean Wint. Dean, if you'd raise your hand. Dean is the Dean of Research and the Director of the Center for Coastal Marine Sciences at Cal Poly. He is a Central Coast Aquarium board member. And then Mr. John Lindsay, our personal weatherman, is the PG&E meteorologist and is a board member. And then Mrs. Debbie Collins is the owner of the Del Monte Cafe, and she too is a CCA board member. And I'll note that Mr. King Lee could not be here tonight. He's traveling internationally. King is the chairman of the board of directors, and I've personally met with King 5 to 6 times in the last 6 to 7 months on this project. And I say that to demonstrate a real commitment from this organization and this board to the project. And also Miss Taylor Bodine is a marine biologist and is the aquarium manager. Leslie Stein is a marine biologist and the director of programs and husbandry. And Travis Norton, another marine biologist, is the lead aquarist. So with that, I'm going to ask Tara. Oh, we've just lost our screen again. Is she working on? Okay. So as Nancy's getting the screen back up, Tara, if you can, let's just go ahead and press on with the notes you have, and then we don't want to miss the amazing pictures of kids interacting with sea life, but they're working on that. Why don't we go ahead and carry on, Tara?
Is it on? Thank you. So the first slide is just to discuss the background and brief history of the Central Coast Aquarium. We've been serving San Luis Obispo County as a resource for marine education for over 20 years, operating as a nonprofit out of Avila Beach. Students from over 6 counties that get bused in to the aquarium's Avila Beach location, where they participate in ocean discovery labs, floating marine lab lessons out on San Luis Obispo Bay. And our goal is not just to teach children, but engage visiting school groups on the ecology of marine life. The Central Coast Aquarium the public aquarium not only serves as an educational tool for marine life lessons, but also allows residents and visitors the opportunity to view over 50 species of local sea life. Our organization also provides public and adult education classes, docent-led tours, public outreach programs, and summer camps. Slide 2 is about our vision for Morro Bay. A newly constructed aquarium and marine education center will have the unique ability to engage the public in learning about the history and ecology of Morro Bay, highlight current Cal Poly research, and help encourage ecotourism while demonstrating our dedication to ocean education. A new facility will increase learning opportunities for visitors and residents and will help encourage a strong commitment to ocean stewardship while adding to the charm of Morro Bay. A new facility will greatly impact visitors' views on local marine ecology and provide a positive experience while learning about the animals that live offshore. A multifunction facility solves many problems and provides multiple services and benefits under one roof that will not only increase public education, but create a positive experience for visitors. The City of Morro Bay will see improved tourism and waterfront experience. The new site improvements will improve curb and waterfront appeal, and an incorporation of a first-class visitor center with public bathrooms will be a positive addition to the Embarcadero. Partnering with Cal Poly's Center for Coastal Marine Sciences is a natural partnership. The center has been doing extensive research in Morro Bay for many years, monitoring water quality, organism surveys, surveying flora and fauna, and understanding eelgrass ecology, and also has extensive collaborations with the fishing community in Morro Bay. The program has had an interest in having a facility in Morro Bay for quite some time and would like to extend their activities to create a living laboratory for Cal Poly research. This facility can serve that goal for the institution. Cal Poly sees a huge benefit in the ability to extend their teaching resources to Morro Bay through this facility. The upper level of the new aquarium will be a flexible use space that will be used as classrooms with additional educational exhibits. When the classroom is not in use for school programs, the movable tanks will allow the space to easily be set up for events such as weddings and conferences. We look forward to the next 50 years of marine education, and in doing so, we plan to honor the past 50 years and the legacy that the Tylers had started at the Morro Bay Aquarium. We are excited and we're ready to extend what we've been doing in Avila Beach to the community of Morro Bay. Our plan is to provide Morro Bay with a state-of-the-art aquarium that offers exceptional school programs, preschool education programs, public outreach, and summer camps, to name just a few. Public benefits. There is a tremendous local, regional, and national interest for marine education and aquariums. A new aquarium facility in Morro Bay will serve and engage the residents and visitors by creating a hub of ecotourism focusing on the history and ecology of the area. The new aquarium will provide insight to current Cal Poly research and provide opportunity to see real science in action. Our plan is to offer ocean excursions and docent-led tours of the waterfront, estuary, and nearshore ecosystems. The site will see an improved waterfront experience and improved curb appeal, and the new aquarium will create new jobs and volunteer opportunities. The next slide is of the aquarium concept. This is a concept designed by a Cal Poly student who has been working on creating essentially what is just a concept of what we think the new aquarium would look like. So this is the first floor. It has 8 unique ecosystems, including touch tanks filled with local marine life, and a 2-story pier piling tank as a main focal point. And it doesn't really show this very well in this slide, but it will have the visitor center and the public bathrooms. So the second floor, the Cal Poly Research Lab for Marine Science and flexible use event space, as I'd mentioned, for weddings and public use. And a laboratory with a traditional classroom with public space for school programs. The Central Coast Aquarium has a proven track record in its ability to manage large amounts of capital funding and has a history of successful management of those funds. We have many success with awarded grants and fundraising abilities. The goal is to secure all funding and break ground by 2019. Strategic plans, including a feasibility study and detailed business plans, are in progress. The Central Coast Aquarium has a committed board of directors and is highly dedicated to this project. We've formed key relationships with leaders at the top-rated science centers across the U.S., including the top aquariums across the U.S. as well. The aquarium is currently working on pre-approval for a direct loan from the USDA. Importance. The Central Coast Aquarium is dedicated to enhancing the education of our community students, residents, and visitors. A new aquarium will provide an immersive opportunity, encouraging students to continue the study of life sciences in conjunction with new technology. It will encourage both pride in the environment in which they live and inspire protection of one of our most valuable natural resources. The Central Coast Aquarium will create opportunities to learn about the ocean in an enhanced and sustainable program that is beneficial to both students and the community. We hope to add to the beauty of Morro Bay by enhancing the local business economy and create an exciting destination location on the Central Coast.
Great, thanks a bunch, Tara. We're going to continue on with a few other staff notes for myself, and then planning and harbor and economic development, and then turn it back over to the council in a moment. So there's significant public benefit and economic development benefit with this project that we believe warrant special lease terms. A number of those public benefits are, first, a significant investment by a nonprofit in a major visitor-serving activity here in Morro Bay. As I was speaking with a hotelier recently, one of the comments was, what do you do when it's raining in Morro Bay? Well, here's something to do when it's raining in Morro Bay. So as we look to diversify Morro Bay as a destination, what a great activity this could be as something else to do in Morro Bay. Second is free programs for Morro Bay school-serving groups, essentially organized groups from Morro Bay schools or Morro Bay serving school groups. Los Osos Middle School would be afforded free school programs at the aquarium. The visitor center and the public restrooms, again, a significant public benefit and a significant benefit to the city itself financially. So we would not be in the business in the future of having to construct a new visitor center, but it would be integrated in this facility along with public restrooms on the Embarcadero, really in a perfect spot for a visitor center. Tara mentioned docents providing free engagement, so they will at appropriate times have docents who are there around the outside of the facility, not inside the aquarium, but on the outside, on the docks, in the proposed plaza, engaging with residents, with visitors, pointing out points of interest and animals of interest in the harbor. It will be a base for other maritime-focused activities. Certainly, the Cal Poly Research connection is significant, but also, for example, ecotourism outside the rocks. So, boat tours, essentially. Marine-focused eco-boat tours that would originate from these docks. A business that's not currently going in Morro Bay could be established to take folks out into the sea. Really, the main way you get out if you're not a recreational boater now is go on a fishing trip. And second is, or last, perhaps a second floor viewing deck that would be open to the public. Those are things that we'll work through in the concept plan design, but certainly something that has been discussed to this point. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Scott for his good news, bad news. And I just say good news, bad news because as we just heard with the appeal, all projects need some help making sure that they're consistent with our plans. And so, Scott, there you are.
Thanks, Dave. So the points I'm going to touch on here are the land use planning components. And so what we're really talking about is the waterfront master plan and compliance, or maybe areas where it needs to be tweaked a little bit to bring it into compliance, where we'll be kind of working hand in hand with them as they develop the concept plans that'll come forward to the Planning Commission and City Council in the future. So looking at the sort of first component of that, this project is going to include new bayside lateral access. That's fantastic. The current aquarium doesn't have that, so this is going to be a new amenity that's provided in that area. Definitely a positive. Also a positive, and there's all the things that you have inside of the aquarium that are fantastic. This is an amenity that's going to come along with this potentially and be outside of the aquarium in what is now parking at the terminus of Marina Street, and we're going to create and the project's going to create a public gathering space in that area with park benches and landscaping and that type of thing. Really bringing up the quality of that area and kind of creating a much nicer environment than the parking lot that kind of exists there today. The project will have a 30% view corridor, which is the requirement in this area. It'll need that additional area for the terminus of Marina Street to be included into the lease site to achieve that. But that is one of the components of the project that we're looking at. This is again a waterfront-oriented visitor-serving business that brings with it, I think, as Dave mentioned, exceptional public benefit. It'll have the addition of docks at the back of it for the docking of marine research vessels and potential or possible educational bay tours. Moving on to the next slide, which is the areas where we may need a little bit of help. Again, keeping in mind that the design that's sort of sitting here in front of you today is is really very preliminary in nature. You take a look at it, it's got a relatively flat roof, and the waterfront master plan requires 4 and 12 pitch roofs for 2-story structures, so probably have to do a little bit of work on that. The waterfront master plan also suggests that you do not have boxy contemporary designs for the things that come forward on the waterfront, really making use more of a maritime themed design, so probably the design theme is going to have to change a little bit. Setbacks for the project. Right now it kind of sits at 0, and you're required to have a little bit of about a 5-foot setback to the front, and then a step back of an upper floor. So the project would probably require a little bit of tweaking there. And probably one of the areas where it needs probably the most work and probably some additional consideration is that second floor. We have a limitation in the waterfront master plan that limits the second floor to 49% of the footprint. But when you take a look at what we're getting, the aquarium itself and how the lower floor functions, a good chunk of that is taken up by equipment that's associated with the aquarium. So pumps and tanks and filters and those types of things. And so a lot of the public use spaces, the classrooms, the research area, those things are going to be housed upstairs. And so they're probably going to need a little bit of a larger upper floor than you might otherwise need for some of the other uses that you see down on the Embarcadero. I think that's justified. I think it's absolutely justified by the amount of public benefit that is brought forward with this project. And so that's going to be something that we work our way through during this concept and precise planning process as we move the project forward. That's about it from the compliance with the waterfront master plan standpoint. I'll turn it over to Eric now to discuss things lease term related.
Thank you, Scott. So, lost my slides already. So I think, as Dave alluded to, lease negotiation, like most redevelopments of this nature, the lease negotiation would follow the CEQA analysis, which is essentially the Planning Commission and City Council concept level approvals. However, for planning and financing, Central Coast Aquarium requires an understanding of the proposed lease terms. In other words, they need to know what the playing field is. They need to know if this is a starter or a non-starter. So we have to talk about some of the lease terms up front. Based on the general public and direct economic benefit, staff is recommending a 40 to 50-year lease term, which is very commensurate with the level of investment and development. $7 to $10 million is probably going to be one of, if not our largest waterfront redevelopment ever. And $1 a year annual rent with no gross proceeds collected. And again, that's commensurate with the public benefit. The revenues generated by the aquarium functions would all be invested back into the aquarium to fund operations, reduce admission prices, develop programming, outreach, education, and also for debt service. Again, $7 to $10 million is going to be a fair amount of debt service. Other lease terms would follow the standard format: insurance requirements, subleasing requirements, public restrooms, maintenance and repair requirements. Those would all follow the standard formats. Other Morro Bay leases or licenses with unique public benefit rent concessions. The Morro Bay Yacht Club currently receives a 52% rent reduction from their appraised value of their annual rent based on the providing visiting yacht host services. That's making moorings available to visiting yachts, accommodating yachts on their docks, providing restroom, showers, laundry, logistical services to them, and also providing boating classes as well, and community sand spit cleanups, which they do with Tidelands Park. So this proposal as well has a fair amount of public benefit type things that go along with that. And also with the Yacht Club, there's no % gross requirements on their lease, provided the club retains their nonprofit status, which obviously the Central Coast Aquarium is as well. Another example is the United States Coast Guard. They built their building in the early 90s. They have a $1 a year annual rent for their public safety presence and services they provide. Chamber of Commerce receives a $1 a year annual rent for their community and business promotion services. The Central Coast Maritime Museum, which is still in its formational stages. Hopefully we'll see some more of that in the coming months. But currently there's no charge for the city use of the right-of-way that they have their vessels stored in, and they anticipate similar terms for their new license agreement. In terms of comparisons, dollar-wise, if the aquarium lease site were an actual, standard lease site with retail, restaurant, those types of uses, we would expect their annual rent would start at about $20,000 or $25,000 a year. So again, it's very commensurate with what the Yacht Club is. The Yacht Club is a much larger site. With that, I will pass it on to, I believe, Sam on the other side.
So
when we're talking about economic benefit, there's a few things that we look at, but in particular related to both economic development, tourism. We're talking about placemaking, and we're talking about bringing in authentic facilities and activities that match the destination. And obviously, an aquarium fits very well in a harbor community, a coastal community like Morro Bay, and that's a big deal for us. Community builders in 2015, and this is some of the stuff we get from the International Economic Development Council. They talk about having that authentic surrounding and telling the story of your community. The city is seeking to encourage both repeat visitors but also new tourists to the community, and we want to encourage our residents. I think this is really, really important. We really kind of want to start focusing on that buy local. And having an attraction like this and can do nothing but try to keep our residents here for an attraction that there's really nothing like it here right now in terms of indoor attractions of this scale. I mean, this is kind of much more monumental than what we have now, including even the existing aquarium, which we all love and cherish the last 50 years, and this is a good progress for the next 50 years. Dave, next slide, please. So that gets into then we talk about direct economic and indirect economic benefits. Obviously, for direct economic benefits in terms of revenue to the city itself, and I'll kind of touch on a kind of community economic benefit as well as the specific city economic benefit. But we're talking about construction revenues, and actually we meant to take out the sales tax part. It's more kind of related to the permitting side of it. Obviously, there'll be some permitting revenues related to that. We will obviously receive sales taxes on purchases directly within the facility from the gift shop and whatnot. There's, I think, potential for a cafe upstairs. We might receive some sales tax from that. The visitor center obviously being constructed within this facility on our behalf, a prime location to attract folks that are right on the Embarcadero, which, let's face it, that's where most of our visitors like to go. That's a huge direct economic benefit. We don't have to do that ourselves. We've always hypothetically talked about where we would construct one probably closer to the Embarcadero. That would have been a very direct cost to the city, and we're now seeing a benefit with this project. In terms of indirect economic benefits, obviously bringing an aquarium or any facility of this size means new jobs for the community. It means those people, whether or not they live here, they're going to be here for a substantial portion of their day. They're going to be expending funds here for lunch, for shopping. We do hope for obviously both a tourism increase and a buy local increase. Again, when we're talking about resident focused, we believe that a new modern attraction should encourage residents to also stay local and visit this attraction. This aquarium also has that component of the classes and that educational component that we don't have. That may attract even more of our residents to stay local and keep coming back. Oftentimes you have a local attraction like this where maybe a resident goes once, maybe a resident just goes once a year, or they might bring folks. Hopefully they'll bring people to it. But oftentimes residents, if they don't bring a lot of people to visit them, they might not visit very often. That educational component is so crucial to bringing them back to that facility, that cafe, so crucial to bringing them back. It's a gathering place at that point. Then we're talking about, obviously, the tourism increase. Again, a new modern attraction should enhance the destination that is Morro Bay. Having a visitor serving space that could be wedding receptions, all that, really enhances the opportunity to bring visitors there as well and folks outside of the community to this attraction on a more frequent basis. And then when we talk about the community economic benefit, the fact that Morro Bay school groups will have free access to this for the educational component, that's huge. Not having our local school district, our community's taxpayers, frankly, having to spend the funds to attend this for field trips is a big deal, and that is very helpful for economic benefit. With that, I will turn it back over to Dave.
Great, thanks, gentlemen. So quick conclusion. The Morro Bay Aquarium has been an important and significant institution in Morro Bay for our first 50 years, and we should build on that legacy as we rebuild for the next 50 years. This public-private partnership between the Central Coast Aquarium, which I think that came through, but it has a vibrant and solid 20-year history in Avila Beach. So the partnership between Central Coast Aquarium and the City of Morro Bay Bay ensures a continuing first-class aquarium destination in Morro Bay, providing significant public, resident, visitor, and economic development benefit in the city. So with council approval, the Central Coast Aquarium and the city will press forward together to bring a concept plan to the Planning Commission and to the council for approval. So that concludes the presentation. I'll put up on the screen a proposed motion, just so you can have that in mind. As you begin to ask questions, we can go back to specific slides. The motion says that the council approves the CCA proposal as contained in the staff report and in this presentation to build a new aquarium on the specified lease site and gives consent of landowner for continued planning. It also directs the staff to work closely with the aquarium to shepherd this project through the process. And I won't read all the fine print, but this is sort of something new that you haven't seen before and we haven't done before. The aquarium's good with it and we're all good with it, but we have not previously had some teeth in consent of landowners, so that if somebody given consent of landowner didn't perform, we didn't really know what to do. So what this says is the aquarium has 12 months to put together a concept plan and bring it to the Planning Commission, and they need to demonstrate their financial capacity to do the project. It gives me some latitude to extend that deadline a little bit and to come to you and ask for other extensions. So that's what the fine print is there. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I'll turn it over to you.
Great presentation. So we'll open it up for questions, and then following questions, public comment, and then bring it back for discussion. And Noah, you want to start off? Any questions?
Sure. Sure. Thank you. Just one quick question related to. In the past, we had talked about some form of accreditation. I think it was with the Association of Zoos and Aquariums as an example that exists out there. I know that there may be some concern about that with ongoing costs. I think from my research before when we talked about this, the Avila Aquarium currently achieves that accreditation, but I'm not sure, so I was curious to know if that's something that's in the mix here. From what I understand of the operations down there, they're very clean and well run, and I'd expect the same here. But do we want to have any sort of inclusion of that or an equivalent third-party certification in the process?
So we talked that in this process, and I'll ask Tara to address it specifically, but it's not in here for a reason right now. I'll ask Tara to address the issues with accreditation, some of the cost issues, and some of the legal hurdles, or not legal hurdles, but the hurdles to get there. Tara?
So the answer is yes, we will work towards accreditation. So it's something you have to, you apply for, and it's a process. So you can't just open one day and you have the accreditation. It's something that you work towards, and then, which our plan is to do so. We feel very confident that we will get that accreditation. And as far as the Central Coast Aquarium, we're in Avila Beach, we're not accredited. And we, for many reasons, we've decided not to, but there is standards that we meet or exceed already. We're doing a lot of things, and I can actually refer to my staff that I'm really proud of that we're doing, just because we want to start working on that. What does this process look like? So are we doing the logs? And we are. Are we, looking at diets and how all of our animals are. I'm not a marine biologist, so I'm not exactly sure, but I know my staff can explain it really well. But I'm really proud of what we're doing already at our little aquarium in Avila to meet or exceed the standards without even having that accreditation. But we'd have to have a whole separate food kitchen, and we don't have that for animal food prep versus human kitchen. Like, there's lots of things we'd have to do. We'd have to rebuild the building. So yeah, it's a big deal.
So just to confirm, you are thinking of working towards accreditation with demonstrating that the system is in place and letting them review and so forth.
And what we're doing as an organization currently to show that we're starting to take logs and everything else is only going to help us down the road. So we're already working towards that relationship. We're a member, but we're not accredited, if that makes any sense. So we're following their example. as an industry standard.
Okay, great.
It's complicated.
Yeah.
It's very complicated.
I think it's probably maybe slightly similar, but probably more complicated as LEED certification, which many people really believe in that, but the challenge.
It's probably. I know a little bit about that. It's very much like that, as from
probably
what I understand.
More complicated, my guess. But thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember Heading.
Be great if Dean from Cal Poly might just make a couple of comments about Cal Poly's involvement. And I know we've met a number of times and have heard about that, but it'd be great for the community group and those that are watching Dean to hear that. So if you might, I would really appreciate your insight and what you think Cal Poly might bring to this.
Is this on? Yes, good. Okay, great. Dean Wendt from Cal Poly. I'm the director of the Center for Coastal Marine Sciences there, and Cal Poly is very interested in this opportunity. We're extending the relationship that we've had with the Central Coast Aquarium for many years in Avila. We have a memorandum of understanding with the aquarium, and we've partnered for several years with their educational facility and our research facility in Port San Luis. So we see extending this. The university has just approved a new Bachelor's of Science in Marine Science. And so we're going to be beginning in fall of 2016, matriculating students into that program. And we have, as Tara mentioned, for many years done research in Morro Bay and have always wanted to have a facility on the bay. I've shared this as with Tara and with King Lee. We've met with the president and the provost and talked to them about this opportunity, and they're interested in this and they're excited about it. And so from Cal Poly's perspective, we see this as a real great opportunity for the institution.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
No questions. Matt? No questions. No. Christine?
Yeah, great. Thank you. It's nice to see you all here. We've met some of you as I think that it's fair to say that John Heading and I are working together under the Brown Act on this project. So we have come to the aquarium in Avila and met some of you and had a tour around with the city manager. I guess it was a few months ago, 6 maybe. And then we had a follow-up subsequent meeting with people like Dean Wendt and the chairman of the board, Mr. Lee, and then of course staff again. So it's been, for the two of us working on this project, it's pretty exciting seeing it come forward, because you really never know where partnerships like this could go. You know, you're a nonprofit, we're a municipality. And I would say even a university. The funding's not there the way things used to be. So everyone's trying to make it work, given the realities that we all face day to day. And I think it's a big step forward. And for the city of Morro Bay to have a partnership like this, a three-way partnership's nice, and then also to continue marine education that has been here for the city for a really long time, and certainly existed much longer than a 501c3 is doing now. So the city has experienced marine education for many, many decades. So question is, can you talk about a little bit, I think, Tara, this is a good one for you, about your local connection with the local fishing community and how, or a staff person, just kind of the connections that you've made with folks in Morro Bay and in Avila. Thanks.
Yeah. So we have reached out in Avila and Morro Bay, and
can you state your name for us, please?
Sorry.
Thank you.
Leslie Stein. I'm the director of programs and husbandry at the Central Coast Aquarium. And so we've reached out, and we have a really positive relationship with Avila and Morro Bay fishermen. And they have come to us, and they've donated most of our animals, even that we have in the aquarium. And we have had a continuing wonderful relationship with them. They're really in support of us. They like working with us as well, because sometimes they don't have the best rep, and so they do donate their animals to us, and they'll come to us if they need help with anything. And it is a really open, friendly relationship too.
Okay, great. Thanks very much for answering that question well. And then I'm wondering, talking about accreditation, it was something we talked about several years ago, working toward accreditation. And I did learn when I was in Avila that it is sometimes facility structure that inhibits you from receiving it, like the size of your facility and where your kitchen things are. So understanding that will be taken into account when we design the brand new facility here, could you talk about who does come in to your facility for inspection or certification, and how often agencies come in to take a look at what's going on there?
So they have guidelines of what they expect for like the kitchens and things like that. There's a whole long laundry list of things to comply with. And so that's something we would work with our architect on. So it's like a checklist. So are we meeting these standards and are we exceeding them? So that when we go to the AZA for accreditation, we already have. Even I think what we do before we even build is show them our plans. We would work with them the whole way in conjunction. And what was your last question?
Oh, sure. Who do you work with in terms of either accreditation organizations other than AZA? Are there other folks that come in and inspect your facility? And I'm wondering how that would.
This will be my very first time going through this process, so I haven't had an opportunity to know exactly who we call.
Oh, right. No, not the new one, the current one. So do people come to visit your facility to look at the condition of the tanks and ensure that things are being exhibited properly and humanely?
No, we just are, there's a big, huge manual. And so Travis, our lead aquarist, and Leslie Stein, the director of husbandry, they know that handbook. And so they are meeting it the best they can. Does that answer your question?
Sure, but was it the AZA we're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. Right. I totally understand that. Absolutely. So they're your main accrediting agency. Are there other agencies
No, there's no other agencies that I'm aware of, unless you can think of anyone. No.
Okay. So you're following so there are guidelines that establish how the specimen, the species that you have in there. There are guidelines that dictate how you take care of them and things like this, and that's.
And I completely appreciate this conversation because we want only the best for our animals for sure.
Right.
And so our plan is to work with the AZA on this project from start to finish and continue working with them throughout our existence as a marine science care facility.
Yeah. Okay, I understand. Thank you for explaining. And then one last question. So how do you keep it fresh for local children, in Avila right now, and how do you keep people coming back, other than, you try to recruit people with a lot of children?
I will refer to Leslie. She's our program director, so she's the one who works hands-on with all of our families.
Yeah, and I'd say we do a great job. We do it a variety of ways. We keep our exhibits new, so we'll be getting new animals, and also when we talk with our fishermen, we always have a special quarantine tank that all new animals will go into first to make sure that they're healthy and they don't have any parasites and that they can kind of adapt to the aquarium life. And then we'll tell our fishermen that, like right now, we really want a bat ray, and so they'll keep their eyes out when they get a bat ray, and then they'll bring that to us. So we always have a new animal that we want, and then we showcase that. And then also, we have a collecting permit, so then Travis or I can go out and collect other animals. And then also, when we do educate, we can focus on just a specific habitat and be like, all right, so this program, we're going to be focusing just on the sandy bottom or on the deep ocean or the kelp forest. And so we can be proctoring what we're teaching that day on a specific animal or a specific habitat too.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then one final question. There's been a lot of discussion about the National Sanctuary Program and things coming here. National Marine Sanctuary. Yeah, thank you. And we have discussed this on a few visits before, but I think it's worth mentioning. I know many people do associate, for example, the Monterey Bay Aquarium with advocacy on certain issues, but if you could talk about the Central Coast Aquarium's position on advocacy, that would be great.
So the Central Coast Aquarium, we are a educational organization. We're not a political organization, and our role is not to take a side or a stance. And that's just a board decision. That's not really our role in the community to have a voice for one side or the other. Our voice is to strictly educate everyone about the animals and about the habitats and ecology of the ocean. So just straight facts. We're not here to say, well, we've decided as an organization to support or not show support for a specific thing that's happening. I know other aquariums do, but that's not what we've decided as a board, what we're going to do at this time. So we're just strictly an educational organization. So
Okay,
hopefully that
cool.
answers your question.
It does, yeah. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Mayor, as we're transitioning questions, if I could just use this discussion on the accreditation, and I brought Scott's slide back up because the size of the second floor will likely be an issue. Because in order to make the project work, we're going to need to have some event space that will help pay the bills. And that's why the lease dollar a year is important to discuss at this point, and the size, square footage, or what's it called, the second floor coverage. And so if we want an aquarium that is designed and built to be able to be accredited, then there's going to be, as you heard, a significant amount of space that needs to be committed to some of the infrastructure that will allow accreditation, such as a separate kitchen for preparing meals for fish. And so as we think through this, that may be one way we can think about potential deviation based on public benefit. The public benefit of having a fully accredited aquarium means that we're going to need to have X amount of square footage committed to certain things that you wouldn't find perhaps in a non-accredited aquarium. I just wanted to note that because probably the two critical issues to make the project work financially are lease terms, and then is the second floor going to be big enough to host some events that will help pay the bills.
Which leads to a couple of my questions. And I just thank Councilmember Johnson for her questions. I thought they were great questions, as well as everybody on council as far as getting the information. And Dr. Dean went coming up for Cal Poly is also informative. So my question may focus, because all the aquarium questions have been asked, I'm going to target some of my questions towards Mr. Graham. And the slide that's up there, so one, I'm going to assume, but ask the question, that through this process we'll have to have very close conversations with the Coastal Commission.
Of course.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And so as we are proposing this, unless this council were to take a different position on what this presentation is and the allowances that is being presented, I guess part of the discussion is you've assured us that even though some of the design guidelines, waterfront master plan, because those are pretty specific, even though this proposal is outside some of those guidelines that's been approved by Coastal Commission, that there's enough support for this project based on public benefit that we would get Coastal Commission support on this. And I guess that's going to be a conversation as you go through this process.
So when I was referring to us working closely with the CCA through this process of developing the plan, I mean, we have to do that. We have to see where we're pushing and pulling, bringing things into compliance, where we can't bring things into compliance, and if we, and what the trade-offs are in here. We don't know this right now. I mean, they had this, this is, again, a preliminary design that was put together by an architecture student. They're going to hire an architect to put together a plan, and we're going to have to work through them with that plan to see what the real configuration looks like based on what has to be in there and what needs to be in there. And then we have to have the conversation based on that about public benefit allows you to have exceptions to the policies in the waterfront master plan. this entire project is almost wholly public benefit. So there is a lot of it there, but we want to bring it as close into compliance as we can while still providing the amenities that we've discussed here this evening. So that's where this discussion is going to go. And then when we get a little bit further down the road, that's when we're going to start engaging the Coastal Commission with the conversation to make sure we're not all agreeing to something here on our end that's just going to get shot down on the other end. So it's going to be an ongoing process. But yes, we'll be engaged, probably from the preliminary planning stages with the Coastal Commission on this, because they need to understand where we're coming from on it, where the aquarium's coming from on it.
I'll just say we'll likely do that quite soon. Scott and I are planning a trip to go visit Coastal on a number of issues quite soon. We didn't want to get out in front of the council, but should the council grant consent of landowner, then we want to fairly quickly, with the Central Coast Aquarium, talk to Coastal and determine, and get that back and forth and get the measure of public benefit against possible deviations from the waterfront master plan, so we're not wasting a year and perhaps $100,000 of a nonprofit's money on something that's just going to get shot down. So we will work in parallel with Coastal, not develop something and send it off and hope for the best.
Great, thanks. That concludes my questions, and I'll open it up for public comment. Anybody who'd like to speak to this item, please come forward. Welcome.
Good evening again. Susan Stewart, resident and business owner in Morro Bay. And I had some comments, and I think I'm going to go off my comments. It's an interesting and exciting plan. I would hope, in the interests of open communication and creating good neighbors, that you talk with the current leaseholders. I'm already hearing rumblings of, why do they get a free handout? We're paying this percent gross, off the top of our revenues. We're paying these lease fees. I would suggest working perhaps with Erica, with the Chamber of Commerce, running some business forums, getting the aquarium people down there, getting Sam there, bringing in the economic benefits, how it can benefit their businesses, ways they could get involved. So right from even before you get out the gate with this, get together with those other business owners and get some support. There's resentment already, I will tell you that. Another thing I would hope, and I like the thought that with this reduction or lack, really, of any rent or fees being collected, that the admissions can be kept down. One of the things that was great about this funky little aquarium we had is that families from less than affluent areas could come to this aquarium, go see the fish, go feed critters, and they have been charging $1 for children ages 5 to 11 and $2 to $3 for 12 and up. So very low, very affordable. You've got a family of 4 or 5, you can go in. A question I have is, if the visitor center is in this facility, who is going to be staffing it and who's going to be in control of staffing it? Are they going to be paid by the city? Are they going to be paid by the aquarium? Who's going to hire them? All those kinds of things I think are super important, because these are our ambassadors to the entire town, not just the waterfront. And we've had issues and concerns about having this on the waterfront before. Parking also would be a question for that. And then finally, would the board of directors include members from Morro Bay? If this is going to be a Morro Bay aquarium, it feels like we need to have some kind of input, whether it's from staff, whether it's from the community, the council. So those are a few of the questions I would have. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Anybody else for public comment?
Hi, I'm Erica Crawford with the Chamber of Commerce. I feel like I have to stand up. Susan has said my name. So I just want to definitely say that I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Hi, I'm here. We are, I think, putting this on an upcoming board agenda to discuss this aquarium. The Chamber Board is very interested in discussing this. So I'm just wanting to introduce myself to you all, say hello. This is a very exciting project. I look forward to getting to know Susan much better. And I am also concerned about parking. Just going to throw that out there.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Good evening, Joan Solu. I missed your last item, but I'm back again.
Did want to just make a quick comment about visitor center and parking. I have a little bit of experience with trying to find a visitor center with parking available in our community for our community. And I did note through our conversations with Visit California and some folks out in the county at different visitor centers, i.e. Pismo Beach and San Luis Obispo and different areas, that parking is extremely important. So whether that means in the future that as a great project like this that can benefit a lot of folks in the community, as this moves forward, whether we look at how we designate parking, one of the main parking concerns for visitors centers that are attached to an attraction like this is tour bus parking. So when you consider parking, please don't just consider that you're pulling up in your Mini Cooper or pulling up in your convertible Mustang as someone might do who's visiting the entire coast of California, or even a minivan of 5 coming over from the valley for the day. Please consider also that if it is going to be a visitor serving area with a visitor center attached to it, that we're considering tour bus, because we are about to see, and Chuck Davidson can probably correct me on this, but I think it's something like 2 million visitors from the Far East coming our way within the next few years, and they're largely the first wave will be coming on tour buses. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Joan.
Good evening again, Bill Martini. My main thought on this or question is, if I'm not mistaken, this is about a 50-foot wide lot. I'm not sure if that's correct or not. And it just, right off the top, aquarium sounds great, but to have weddings and a visitor center and an aquarium on a 50-foot lot, I'm just wondering on the size of the footprint and what all is being kind of trying to be proposed on this particular location. And that would be my only concern, would be to try, that too much is being put into such a small little footprint. I think the actual idea is terrific, and just kind of a case in point, which back in the early 60s, I know Brebs on the waterfront, in collaboration with a Cal Poly student, they actually broke the code on the abalone, on producing abalone. So I thought I'd put that out there for some of the things that have come through Cal Poly, and that's gone worldwide. That in turn went to the abalone farm, which was the biggest in the world at one time. So there are many benefits, but again, the biggest concern would be the size of the property and what all is being proposed, and if it can fit on such a small footprint. Thank you.
Good evening, Brent Haugen, Executive Director for the Morro Bay Tourism Bureau. Very exciting project. Being here on the Central Coast for the last 3 years, the Central Coast Aquarium has a great reputation out there, especially with their educational programs. They've participated with Savor the Central Coast. They had some great feedback as far as that. Our destination is definitely interested in being able to sell this type of attraction to different types of groups, and I think the accreditation is definitely important as far as that, specifically for the school group population, because a lot of school groups, it has to meet certain standards for it to be a field trip, and I think it's definitely a good direction to go. As far as like the square footage for the event space, definitely I'm open as being a resource. In my experience working in Minneapolis, we sold a lot of different spaces here. I think we also have a great resource with Visit San Luis Obispo County and looking at what are the square footage needs specific to events. Because if the square footage is too small, it's not really going to sell. If it doesn't have that flexibility, I think Joan Solu brought up a good point, Susan Stewart brought up a good point specifically to parking. When you do have events, it's really key to be able to have that ability for parking. And so just something definitely to consider as this project moves forward. But very, very exciting for Morro Bay. If the project moves forward, we'd be happy to be able to help sell that, not just locally, regionally, but internationally as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Brent. Anybody else for public comment? Seeing none, I'll close public comment, bring it back to council. Thanks for all that. And then as we get into discussion, I'll look to Councilmember Johnson, if you'd start us off on discussion.
Sure. I'm going to ask, just if you don't mind, ask Tara to respond to one or two things from public comment. I think the important thing is I know that the Central Coast Aquarium has worked on developing a relationship with the current aquarium, facility or ownership. And if you wanted to just talk a little bit about, some plans that you have in mind in terms of honoring the legacy and moving forward with that, things that you've been discussing either with your board and your staff and also with the family as well. Thanks.
I have great respect for the Morro Bay Aquarium. I mean, we're in the same business of educating people about marine life. So had wonderful conversations with John Elkhorn. Board members and myself have been there too. His aquarium has given us very thorough, walkthrough of his facility. We had a lot of really great conversations about the history and everything that the Tylers have done, and it's just fascinating to me. And just going through and learning about that rich history, I feel like that story needs to be told. And so we will be honoring that history at the new facility. And as we were going through the site, and obviously this has to be cleared through the family, but I would like to take elements from the Morro Bay Aquarium and incorporate them into the new Central Coast Aquarium. It would be great to have those elements and pictures and certain things, and obviously there'll be a location in the aquarium to honor the Tylers. And John knows this. I've talked freely with you about it, and also with Dave about this as well. So it's something I just haven't had a chance to share with the public yet until this time.
Okay, great. Yeah, thank you very much. So in that was, anybody else have any other questions or? Okay, so I should just go. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. I will do what you say. So I'm excited about, any public-private partnerships are buzzwords, and, maybe people roll their eyes, but they really are how things get done a lot in today's reality. And also, none of us are experts on any one thing, so we pull ourselves together and we make a really great benefit for our local residents, but people that come and visit us here, and then also our guests that come from all over the world. So I'm looking forward to moving forward with the project. I'm glad we're able to talk about it at this stage and have a lot of things out on the table. You heard some concerns about parking, and of course our community development director heard those too. There are multiple options for things that are kind of all coming into play right now around that area. There's some new developments. The city has recently reacquired a parking lot and some other options. So all these things will. The staff know all of this, and that will be factored into moving forward. So I think those things are good to get them out early, and good to hear that tonight. I also think that. When you look at what Morro Bay has to offer, we're a very small city, and a lot of our great attractions are out of doors. But I think when you take the state park facility of the Natural History Museum, which is up on a hill and kind of overlooking the bay, and then you have an opportunity to come right down and have some bayfront experiences that are high quality, just like you're doing in Avila, and I would say rival things I've seen in Santa Barbara and other places for the size that they are. Then I think it gives visitors and locals a real chance to see a diverse representation of our environment, and the younger you get humans to understand our place in it, the better it is. So certainly these things are appealing to children of all ages, but certainly getting the younger children in there as soon as possible is great. So I think when you put together the Natural History Museum, Central Coast Aquarium in Morro Bay, and also the National Estuary Program, those are three unique experiences to Morro Bay. So I think we're really fortunate that they exist, and they can be enjoyed in the rain or in the sun. So those things will just enhance the visitor experience. I appreciate a motivated board, and I'm sure if there are people in Morro Bay who may wish to join your board, especially if you're going into a giant capital campaign, and you may need some extra people that you'll let us know about any kind of appropriate board recruitment at some point in time, and then also probably start letting people know about opportunities to visit Avila, and so they can come up there and see what the project's like there. I would encourage everybody in Morro Bay, if you haven't been yet to the Avila facility, to go and check it out and see the quality of work that you're doing there, and also to look at the gift shop and sort of get an idea of what you may be having in there. I think that we've got a lot of retail here, so you're definitely going to want to, and I would say the same thing for you guys, to come and take a look at the retail that already exists here in the city, and then try to just kind of balance that out with any decisions you may make. And that's just I'm sure the chamber is going to say the same thing too, so let's just get ahead of them perhaps a little bit. So in other words, looking forward to the AZA accreditation being a priority. Appreciate that the staff is coming in from every angle that we have, so I appreciate that willingness to work as a team. And with that, I am very excited about it, and it's difficult to say, there won't be any rent at all, obviously, because that sets it apart from, the yacht club, for example, but it doesn't necessarily set it apart from other things we've done in the city. I think we do also allow the chamber to use our facilities, and we're probably going to look to do the library. Actually, right here is, it's a county facility, but, it also has a $1 a year rent, and actually what just happened there was you saw the county put money into a city building to do an ADA restroom upgrade, and then on top of it the community dedicated directly thousands of dollars toward the renovation and upgrade of a city building. And other than waiving some permitting fees and helping fast track the project, it was another example of these partnerships that just simply work for all of us, and certainly for a small city like Morro Bay. So I am comfortable. I think I better make sure I'm answering the questions staff asked. So I'm comfortable with the consent of landowner criteria that have been proposed with the 40 to 50 year lease. You're not really, that's reasonable to get you to construct perhaps our largest yet project on the waterfront. I didn't realize that it would be, but with all the interior things necessary, that does increase the cost. So I look at it as something that's an investment and that would have a trickle-down effect on our entire economy, including people who have retail, restaurant, and hotels. So it just gives us more to do, and I think it's a great benefit for those of us who live here. So at this point, I would be very comfortable to move forward with things as proposed, but look forward to comments from the council. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Matt.
I too, in terms of this being in the very preliminary stages, the consent of landowner talking about moving forward, this is a great way to start. I totally agree. Scott, I do have one question for you in terms of that viewing area that you talked about on the bottom of the street there, kind of it would be on that viewing dock. Is that kind of where you're talking about? Would that be public space?
It's the idea. It's the kind of terminus of Marina Street. There's parking kind of on both sides of it, but that area would be turned into kind of like a plaza area, a gathering space, that type of thing.
Okay, and so I realize that asking any so specific questions, since we're just on this preliminary level, I won't go there, but I'm totally in favor of the consent of landowner moving ahead with this project.
If I could just clarify, because it came up in public comment, I just want to make sure it's clear and on the table. So when the council first instructed staff 2 years ago, year and a half, to go out with a RFP for the aquarium site, for a aquarium/marine research facility, that RFP was for the current aquarium site, and also indicated that that parking area at the stub end of Marina Street could be included in the site. And so this proposal creates a larger, and this goes to Mr. Martoni's comment, creates a larger lease site, essentially encompassing the current aquarium and probably 2/3 of that existing parking lot would be the lease site, and then the view corridor would be cut off of that lease site, or would be part of the lease site based on the normal calculations, probably 30%, and there's another point, but I lost it. But so the project would that's how the square footage would. Oh, and then that instead of a public parking area, what's envisioned initially is a plaza, a gathering space that's part of that view corridor. So it wouldn't be a parking lot likely. That, at least the idea, the proposal is that wouldn't be a parking lot. That would be a public plaza, a nice gathering space, and perhaps, in fact, likely the main entrance to the aquarium might be off of that plaza and not off of the actual Embarcadero.
And yet, I guess that remains to be seen because, as it was brought up from public comment in terms of the traffic that's going to increase. So, per se, buses, they would end up dropping off people and then finding another parking area somewhere in the city.
Yeah, we'll have to work through.
I know it's so preliminary, but still, that's where.
Absolutely.
Great, thanks, John.
Yes, and thank you. Thanks to all that have shown up tonight to discuss this project. It's been a great pleasure working with you on what I consider to be a very exciting project for Morro Bay. I think that the benefits are significant. I am extremely excited about the educational opportunities, both for young people and adults alike, and including adult education. I think there are opportunities to improve the actual essence of the Bay itself through research. With Cal Poly's involvement, being right here and working day to day on that. I think that the Central Coast Aquarium has a great handle on how to run this operation. And if I might just speak to the accreditation issue, I think the facility has been the rate limiting step, and the cost of replacement for that might have been quite significant in order to meet those needs. But from what I have seen, the standards that have been developed through the accrediting agency are being utilized by the facility, and in my mind, and I'm not an expert in this, are being met. And so that's exciting to me. I think we have a group of very invested people. I'm comfortable with the $1 lease because I do believe the economic benefit, as outlined by Mr. Taylor, will be significant and will far exceed any concession with regard to the lease itself. And so for me, this is a very exciting project that will increase tourism, benefit the community, and I think in some way put Morro Bay on the map, so to speak, as a place to go to enjoy the amenities of such a project as this. And so I highly support also the recommendation to have the City Council give preliminary consent of landowner. Thanks.
Great. Noah?
Yes, thank you. I just want to follow up on the question of parking because I think it's important, and I don't expect that we'll be able to have any project approved through the Coastal Commission that doesn't have some degree of parking concessions and recognition that we are removing spaces, and we're going to need to demonstrate that we've replaced those somewhere. And I'm sure that both the aquarium as well as the city will want to make sure that those are viable and functional for the operations of the aquarium. So I don't know, Mr. Taylor, if you want to shortly address that.
Well, I mean, obviously parking is something we have to look at as it relates to that. So there's going to be an overall parking count that we come up with. This building's bigger than the existing building that resides on the lot. So there's going to be a net increase in the amount of parking spaces that would be otherwise required. And we'll have to look at options for addressing those. I mean, obviously we just opened up a whole bunch of parking spaces in the Triangle lot at Dynegy. We're looking at, you're going to have future council items coming forward to increase parking, on-street parking opportunities in the city, with restriping opportunities and things like that. There's any number of ways that these things could come forward, and it's just not something we've had discussions about yet because it would be a little bit jumping the gun until we have authorization from council to move forward.
I agree. I do think it's important that we all recognize that the Coast Commission takes that very seriously, and rightfully so. And I'm sure that we're going to be able to work through that as we go forward. So I just want to kind of step back just briefly and remember that there was a point where we were starting to wonder if we were going to have to lose the legacy of an aquarium and marine center. There was a point where it didn't seem like there was a viable next generation proposal that was going to make it through the RFP process, and I was really concerned by that because the aquarium component and marine education is so important for what we have here and what we're trying to do going into the future, and the idea of it becoming another restaurant or retail or lodging location did not sit well with me at all. So I'm really thankful that we've been able to work together and come up with a plan that I think is extremely exciting, and I'm looking forward to it happening. I definitely would agree that there's substantial public benefit to this project, and that warrants working as closely as we can to make sure that it's viable financially and that we are going to hold it to high standards. So the accreditation, I think, is extremely important considering living organisms are there, and that we do want those standards to be in place. So the concerns that were raised about the current aquarium, we can move on from that and know that we're bringing in a next generation system here. So I'm definitely in favor of moving forward.
Great, thank you. I just have a couple follow-up questions based on some of the comments. I have similar concerns as far as parking, and I appreciate you bringing that up, and especially the nexus between Coastal Commission and how they view that on projects. So as this proceeds, and we're talking about the proposal we have for $1 a year and the consent of land ownership or consent of land ownership for moving this project, and then negotiating the actual lease itself. And I guess the example, we're going into this with $1 a year because of the public benefit, and because to be able to provide and basically pay back, because there's some debt service as part of how the design of this is. But if parking is a mitigation issue, is there the ability, as we move through this process, to no different if there's parking and lieu fees, there may be, you could pay that over time. In other words, there may not be a sales tax component to this, but there's maybe a parking fee component over, so many years. So is that something, I may be getting ahead of myself here, but I just want to make sure that's addressed, because we've heard some of the parking issues from some of the folks in the public. So will this come back and to kind of address those kind of concerns? And even if the Coastal Commission was saying, hey, we're going to have issues with parking in general, I just want to understand that.
We can bring almost anything back. To be on from one perspective, how high a bar do we want to in place in order to have this activity replace the existing aquarium instead of, as Councilmember Smuckler just said, another restaurant or retail shop or hotel? That's the question that you need to wrestle with. Is it worth a parking tax to the aquarium of $20,000 a year? And then and then we'll need to go through and say, can they afford to build an aquarium with a $23,000 lease and a $20,000 a year parking tax, and gross proceeds on anything sold in the gift shop, and an event space that won't be an event space? As you heard from Mr. Hogan, it needs to be appropriately sized. If those were all restrictions, should you grant consent of landowner with those restrictions, the aquarium would be wise, I think, based on what I know of their financials, to say, thanks for that, but sorry, we're out. That is just, so if we want to have a project like this, this is a nonprofit, and it's a substantial investment, likely, as I said, $8 to $10 million. So that's one part of the equation. The other part of the equation is in some other form, we should have taken a semi-victory lap, but there are about 200 new parking spaces in Morro Bay in the last year. The Triangle lot represents about 150. We, on the 30th of December, we have 40 new spaces at the corner of Pacific and Main, public parking. And as Scott mentioned, there's a potential of other projects coming forward that could have a parking garage downtown. So, my caution or concern here.
It was a long answer, but it's okay.
Yeah, but my caution or concern here is we really need to look holistically at this, at all of these things together, and not look at one 50-foot by 100-foot piece of property and say, how are you going to park that thing? And we do need to have this discussion, and the staff needs to bring it to you. And I think we're starting the parking discussion at our next meeting or a meeting after at a holistic level. But I think we owe it to the aquarium so they know whether they should start spending their nonprofit dollars on this project if we're going to, from one perspective, nickel and dime them with different fees and expenses and charges in order to bring the project forward, or if we should say this is something that we do want an aquarium. I guess I'll conclude by saying that that this is the last chance. My sense in looking at this for a year plus and looking at the previous history, this is the last chance for an aquarium in Morro Bay. And that we have had no other proposals for any sort of marine research facility or aquarium, as Mr. Smuckler said, for a number of years. If we want an aquarium, let's dance with the partner we got. And if we don't want to dance with this partner, then instruct us to release the RFP for a hotel, restaurant, retail combo.
So going back to parking, the issue will be coming back, and so we had some comments from the public and the comment just now on the parking. So I guess it's teed up for staff to have that conversation. Okay, that was the long and short of the answer.
That's top on our list to talk to Coastal about as well. And that's one reason why staff has been reluctant to, from the get-go, go all in and say the Triangle lot is the best place to build a boatyard. Because if
we're getting off topic here.
Yeah, we are, but those 150 parking spaces there might be important to you in order to facilitate other things.
Got it. So my other, I beg your pardon?
I just kicked.
Okay, so
by accident.
I think that was the key of my question, so appreciate the answer. And then I just want to go back to Tara and Ms. Malzone. Also wanted to recognize Ms. Kiesig, who's really not with the aquarium anymore, or maybe from a distant part. I just wanted to put a shout out to her. I think initially it was she and I that met more than a couple years ago, and then Tara and King Lee came up and talked about that. Just wanted to extend my thanks to Ms. Kiesig and being a part of this as well as Ms. Malzone and King Lee going through this. So I just want to extend my thanks there and make sure you pass that along. Okay, and then with that, I have no comments or other than just to add my support for the project. So we'd take a motion. Whoever would like to make that motion?
I'll make a motion. I move that the council approves the CCA proposal as contained in the staff report and in the presentation to build a new aquarium on lease site 6970, 69W70W, and give consent of landowner for continued planning. I would also move, in addition, that council directs staff to continue in close partnership with Central Coast Aquarium, CCA, to bring a concept plan to the Planning Commission by December 31, 2016, including the fine print below.
Second.
Any discussion? We have a motion by Ms. Johnson, second by Mr. Heading. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. Motion carries. Thanks very much and congratulations. Okay. And with that, do we need a little recess or are we ready to move on to item C3? Just a short 2-minute break? Okay, 2 minutes. 2-minute recess.